Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, September the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys in and Torty, so you guys in YouTube and in the main room, you can hear me and see my screen. Great. All right, guys, what is happening this morning? Well, first of all, the market's in for a kind of a flat open. Market's down 0.46. The SPY is, as I call it, the market. Let's take a look at some of the most of these movers, of course, are these little bios. NCNA had some news. Soars on positive data from mid-stage trial for its melanoma treatment, etc. And of course, low float, 2 million in the float. Already traded 12 million shares. So it's traded the float already. The float turnover is 6 times already. So that is NCNA, and it's through the 200-day moving average. And yes, it still has room if it wants to keep going. $8 is the next high. Now, it's already faded quite a bit. In fact, let's see, what did it get to this morning? Got up to 986. I don't know how much volume was actually at 986. Then another one, Dr. MA, DRMA, another one that is moving higher. I can't see any news on this one. This one I don't have news on. Just looking at my, you know what? Give me a moment. Maybe I can dig up some news on it. Nope. Still don't have any news on it, guys. I thought I could go to another source, but I don't see any news on it. There's got to be something obviously happening somewhere for it to be up 53%. Another one, look at the volume, 9.3 million have traded already with only 1.3 million in the float. Another cheap one, BBLG, another really cheap one. They're going to be presenting at the Wainwright. Is it today? Yeah, it's already done. So I don't know what the reason for this one today is, BBLG. VRAX. So this is a MPOX. So VRAX. Actually, I was really looking to short this one. And when it got over 4, I think Interactive Brokers had about 60,000 shares, something like that. They're all gone now. XCUR, XCUR. So they're trading higher after the company entered into a debt for equity exchange agreement. Okay, up 46%. Look at that float, less than around 1 million in the float. 4.6 have traded already. Okay, give me one moment, guys. All right, now I'm hearing something, OBLG. This is text to voice, so I'm hearing this over and over again. OBLG on the move here, guys. OBLG is on the move. Another low floater. Not that much volume yet, only 64,000, but it is starting to pick up for some reason. Again, this was a super active one last week, OBLG. BLCO. So it looks like they're looking to try to sell themselves, and they're enlisting Goldman Sachs. I think they're looking to get Goldman Sachs to help them, because they're looking to, here we are, working with Goldman to explore a sale. Okay, so that is BLCO. Boy, BBLG is, OBLG ripping here now, guys. OBLG ripping here. The high last week was 667, so it's approaching that. By the way, the trade of the week is Fubo. I'm not sure why you said it's not doing well, FinFan. The suggested entry is 186, so it's doing nothing. So remember, when the trades of the week come out, they are always talking about market hours, okay, as a suggested entry. I can see maybe why Steve looked at it. In fact, the 200-day moving average is 186. Anyway, if and when you trade it, it's up to you, of course. More expensive one. This one is still ripping higher here. ASND. Let's see. There you are. ASND. This is a more expensive one. Now it has fallen a bit from, well, quite a bit, 149 down to 140. They had rises 15% on trial data for their drug. Okay. And let's see, Cantor Fitzgerald puts a 170 price target on it, a 170 price target on it. That is for ASND. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course. That's a big gap up, 17%. Low float. I thought it would have a lot more in the float. That's why it can be really dangerous. This one, 56 million in the float. That's a very low float for a $140 stock. ZNTL. This is up 45%. ZNTL gains as the FDA lifts its partial clinical hold on its cancer drug studies. Okay, so that is the reason for the ZNTL. Not a low float, 61 million in the float, a lot of volume already. And Upstart, UPST. This is on the way down. Let's see if I can find it here. UPST on the way down. Slides on plan $300 million. So it's a financing. So basically it's a financing. So that is the reason why it's moving down. Not a lot. It's only down, well, 7%. I guess that's a fair amount. The next low looking left for UPST on the daily chart is 34.65. So getting closer to that. All right, guys, give me one moment again. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see. Yeah, how is this NCNA doing? Remember now, it got up to, when we look left, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is a few weeks ago. That's $8 or so. It did get up past, no, it didn't actually. I thought it got past that. So again, it more than doubled after its mid-stage trial for its metastatic melanoma treatment. So this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So there is that. High this morning looks like, it looks like it's around 980. Is that right? Yeah, 980. I have no idea how many shares up here. Maybe a more realistic high is around the $8 level. But the bottom line is that this has been in sinking over the last few days, popping through the 200-day moving average now. And if you just look left on the daily chart, $8 right now, $8.13 approximately. Apple looks like a short. Let's take a look at Apple. Well, you can certainly see that 216, what's the lows? A couple of lows right there, 216.73, 216.71, and we're at 216.82. So yeah, I can, if it takes this out, these are two lows a few days ago. There's not a lot holding it up because the next low after that is about it's about 215. 215.60. So that's not that far away. So about $1 away to that low. But if it takes that one out, then you got down here around 211. So yeah, definitely weakening in the pre-market. Apple shares are trading lower following reports suggesting that lower than expected demand for its iPhone 16 series. Well, all I can say, I'm not an Apple person, but all I can say is this, guys, is that my phone now, I'm not going to switch it on unless it breaks. I've got one of the newer Galaxy phone, Samsung phones, so I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to every time there's a new one coming out, I would succumb to that. Also, it's just so crazy. All right, guys, 9:12. So let me take a look at the major sectors. As I say, the market's slightly weak to start. Let me take a look at the major sectors. Well, I can see U.S. oil right there, USO up 1.37%, which would lead me to believe, even if I had not seen XLE, that the energy stocks were probably strong compared to what they did on or closed on Friday. And that's the case. So what you're seeing here, if you're not used to this is major sectors right here. XLE is the major ETF for energy. 100%, what does that mean? 100% in green means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from Friday's close. Take a look at Schlumberger, see if there's pretty good volume. SLB is leading the way, actually. Okay, pretty good volume, 98,000 shares. And that is SLB. And let's see, tech is about 50-50. Communications about 50-50. Just looking for a weak sector. I don't really see like a super weak sector to start. I mean, tech 53% are down from Friday's close. And again, when I say 100% are up, it doesn't mean that they're all ripping higher. SLB, that is a good percentage increase, in terms of 2.2%. That is a nice one. But, when I look at communications and it's 50-50, I mean, the worst one is Google, GOOGL. It's only down 0.22%. But now I want to take a look at those major sectors and see what they're doing with respect to the 200-day moving average. So we had a nice day on Friday. So my feeling, XLE probably stopping the descent. Yes. So XLE is still probably the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. If you can see my daily chart, the green line there is the 200-day moving average. So you can see it, up, well, Thursday and Friday, starting move back a little bit, but it still is the weakest sector of all the major sectors. Let me take a look at retail. Retail was flirting with the 200-day also. So you can see on Friday, it moved above the 200-day moving average. And let me take a look at technology, because that was the other one that was a few days ago underneath. You can see again, moving away from that 200-day moving average. So I believe that XLE is the only major sector that is still below right now, the 200-day. The only other one that was relatively close was discretionary, XLY, but that is now moving away. You can see a few weeks ago, though, it had broken underneath. So again, I think that XLE is still the only major sector underneath the 200 moving average as we speak. Take a look at the semis. Yeah, the semis are, trying to move away a little bit. And why the concentration by myself every day on the 200-day moving average? Probably, I'm not a big indicator guy, but I would say that by far that's the most important one. That even people like myself who really don't follow or don't have a lot of technical indicators on my chart, it's probably the most widely followed indicator, the 200-day moving average. What phone do I have? It's about a year old, I guess, JJ. It's the, I don't even know how to find out what it is. They used to call them the Notes with the pen. It's the one with the pen, but it's not called the Note anymore. Might be like the, I don't know the version, 21, 23. All right, guys. I've seen actually Alcoa. Look at Alcoa on the move here. Trading higher after the company agreed to sell its 25.1% joint venture stake in Madden for $1.1 billion, including $950 million in Madden shares. I don't know where these guys are out of. I don't know. Obviously, it's not a traded company. Probably not on the U.S. exchange anyway. Is this something to do with the Saudis? Yeah, I think there's something to do with the Saudis. Okay, pockets $1.1 billion from Saudi joint venture. Okay, so that, yeah, the Samsung Ultra 23, maybe something like that. So one with the pen. So anyway, there's Alcoa, guys. So Alcoa, the next high is looking left around 35. So this is a nice move. That's a big move, 5% with that sort of a float. All right, let's take a look at any ATPC. I did see this one, ATPC. Let's see, the high in the pre-market was 297, pulled back down to $2. ATPC, I don't see the reason for it. I can't see an instant headline. But ATPC, 4.2 million have traded, 2.4 in the float. So so many of these low floaters, guys. And Vega, good morning. And let's take a look at NUVL. Well, this is an expensive one. Okay. Okay, so I sort of saw this one, but for some reason I thought it was a penny stock. Far from it. So this is N. Sorry, let's take a look at the symbol again. NUVL, guys. So this is over $100 now. Starting early stage data from its experimental cancer therapy. Guggenheim raises its price target to 105, so that's right there. Stifel raises it to 135. I think there were others. They've also announced a $350 million stock offering. So they're trying to raise a lot of money, elevated prices. So that is NUVL. 12 of 12 brokerages rate the stock buy or higher. Interesting. With the median price target of 107. Cowen, let's see, what did Cowen raise it to? Don't have a price there. BMO, let's take a look at BMO. I don't see what the price is. Anyway, so there's NUVL, guys. Now, was that today? That was on Thursday, though. Yeah. Thanks, Bill, for that. He's talking about ATPC. I'm always looking for today just to see if there's anything popping at today specifically. But thank you for that. We're talking about the ATPC. Yeah, that's a big move for this NUVL. Another one that's a low float for a $100 stock, 33 million. That's a very low float. All right, yeah, ZNTL on the move here, guys. I'm hearing it. My gap up scan. Find any news in this one? Yeah, that's right. The FDA lifted its partial clinical hold on its drug. Obviously, it had been put on hold probably this week. This week, it probably had been put on hold, and now the FDA has lifted that hold. Now, the next high looking left for ZNTL is on the weekly chart. Got a lot of room. 873 on the weekly chart. On the, I don't want to back out the daily chart. I mean, I could back this out a bit, but so the week of this week right here, the week of June the 17th, it hit a high of 880. Remember, I was talking about OBLG. OBLG popped up and right back down. Kappa, where's it out of, John? Is it China, Singapore, or is it US? Do you know? Kappa, new IPO today. When you say at 4, you mean IPO? It was priced at 4. Is that what you mean by at 4? Probably, right? All right, give me one more moment again, guys. Okay, well, let me get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. And again, we're in for a weaker, not super weak. You know, the SPY is down about 0.48. Okay, so we're not in for like a massively weak open, but certainly we've been sliding in the pre-market. Okay, guys, I'm just loading the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. Okay, so I'm getting set for this. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. So I do try to let things settle down a little bit. I may make an exception if I get one of the large cap gainers from the open moving. Oh, we got a little pop in the SPY, guys. A little bit of a pop in the SPY. There, yeah, in the economic calendar today, I've got nothing really. We had something about Empire, what's it called in New York? Empire State Manufacturing Survey. That was at 8:30. Other than that, I've got nothing. Of course, this is the big week. You know, when we all expect that they're going to drop interest rates by at least 25 basis points. So yeah, so definitely keep an eye on this NCNA. Let's see if it settles down a little bit here, because again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart, it does have room, 814 or so. 810 is the actual next high on the weekly chart. And it's a low float, 2 million, 14 million have traded already. They did have some news. Thank you, William. Okay, guys, less than a minute till this opens. So let's have a great trading week, everybody. I think what I'll do on that Kappa, I don't know when it opens, and I will remember. So, John, you said it's IPO priced at at 4. Was it China or Singapore? Can you remember? You know, can you remember if that was, or it's a US stock? All right, guys, we're now open. No, I know it's biotech, but is it out? What is it out of China, Singapore, or is it US? Because it will make a difference. Can make a difference. US? Okay, thanks. All right, there's the ZNTL guys on the move. Yeah, nice one, Dak, on the ZNTL. Let's take a look on the weekly chart right there. The next high, again, is around 9, actually. All right, BBLG that I could not find any news on, not current news anyway. BBLG, let's see, important level probably to take out would be the 139 level. Okay, the market initial pop here, initial pop. So as we speak, the SPY is basically flat compared to Friday's close. Yeah, SATS on the move. Some of you were talking about SATS. SATS was moving up, moved all the way back down. Not all the way back, but definitely gave up quite a bit. 27 down to 25, $2 drop. Now a dollar pop from that low. Look at the market here, guys. Look at that market. Big opening surge from the lows here. More expensive one, EXAS. Look at this, making a move. This is taking out Friday and Thursday's high, EXAS. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Trading higher after the company announced data for its blood-based cancer screening test, okay? NCNA, guys, making a high here. Not a pre-market high, but a market high, NCNA. And volume coming in, yes, draw, volume coming in. Still don't know when the change, by the way, Drawn, I know as you asked, Chris will have no idea, okay? So waiting on a few things to happen. Wow, Summit, guys. Summit on the way down actually now. Okay. Now, for how long? I don't know. I mean, this has been such an awesome one from $12 up to now in about, a week and a half to 34, almost a triple. Now, Wainwright, Summit target raised to 45 by Wainwright from 30. And they said that they presented their data. Dr. M.A. Oh, yeah. Now look at, I mean, this has been a wild market right now. We had the big pop up and now the drop. We're only 4 minutes in. Okay, EGIO, guys. This was, of course, a wild one last week. The high, so waiting to see if it takes out $2. Wow, this has a big pullback for ZNTL and now another move. And that red line right there, that is the next high looking left on a daily chart. If I expanded my daily chart, I would be able to see it. But that is the next high, which looks like it's around 547 or so. Then it got up to 542. So that is the area to try to break 547. And that happened this week. This is back in June. ADMA, guys, ADMA is on the move here. ADMA on the move. Now it's got some room. Yeah, 1933. Next high looking left for ADMA. It has some room. It's a big float, 227 million. That's but relative volume is great for already trading 4 times normal up to this time of day. All right, we have our first halt of the week, guys. Boy, this NNE has been on a roll. Oh, on the way down. Okay. Okay, NNE just got halted on the way down. Okay. First halt of the week. WHLR. Another wild one from last week. Actually, the last few weeks. So I was looking maybe at some of these large cap gainers from the open, maybe taking an early one, but not with the market doing what it's doing right now. Okay, not with the market doing this. So we're going to have to back out off. DNA on the move here. DNA on the move. Not a low float. 1.4 billion in the float. So settles SEC charges over alleged violations linked to IPO. But I don't know why this is in with the. I see. This was required by Ginkgo Bioworks. Okay, so that's the reason. So some kind of a lawsuit settled. So that's helping DNA. Well, we've got a sea of red right here. Let's take a look at Mosaic, Mosaic expects lower Q3 potash phosphate production volumes. Okay, so that is the reason for Mosaic. A little bit lower, and the next low looking left, it's got a little bit of room, a little bit of room, about 45 cents to the next low looking left on the daily chart for Mosaic. It's a big float. That is MOS. All right, BBLG, guys. BBLG is on the move here now. BBLG, the high in the pre-market was about a 176, so it has come off the bottom here about $1.13. I don't see any specific news today for it. Yes, it's Tenon, TNON. This was another wild one the last 2 days, actually. Got up to almost $16. TNON, almost $16 on Friday, guys. Another low float. And so keep an eye on this one. What's the volume? 2 million already. But I do recall how this one traded on these last 2 days. Very, very challenging. All right, this is the one that I got in just after the halt on Friday, and was my 4 or 5 second trade. Right now, I remember it. I got very, very, very fortunate on it. Well, this one kept moving higher. LSCC. So this is coming from the large cap gainers. This one actually, yeah, this is really good. I mean, I don't mean chase it now, but I mean, in terms of a trend, now probably you would think that maybe 50 might stall it. Okay, LSCC. Well, guys, there's the ZNTL. Now, is it coming? It's through the VWAP now. Ooh, there are shares for me. I did not realize there were a lot of shares for me at Interactive Brokers. 500,000 at Interactive Brokers, potential to short. I'm not saying I want to short it necessarily right now, but now I am aware of it. Through the VWAP, 482. Cheap one, guys, BNRG. BNRG. So the next high looking left is around 126. It's at 106 right now. Wow. So after this pop on Friday for DJT, it is now starting to move down again. So the low on Friday was around 16. And say call it 1596 or so. So it is moving down. Really, that many? Interesting. In terms of the available number of shorts at Fidelity. Fidelity seems Gevo, guys. Gevo. This had a big day on Friday. Came from 66 cents, closed at $1.19 or so. So this is a big continuation. And they secure a U.S. patent for ethanol to olefins process, an ETO. I guess there's your acronym for that sector. All right, so NNE, it got halted on the way down, but it's actually bouncing now. Okay, guys, Sedge, SEDG, held the VWAP, okay? 2035 is the VWAP, held the VWAP, looks like it. maybe trying to bounce now, SEDG. And the high today was around 21. So, and the high looking left was around the same. So that's probably the stalling area, right around 21. So here's another one, X-Cur, just underneath the VWAP. 249 is the VWAP. Shady's in a Boeing. So that strike is still on. I read this morning, the strike is still on. And also I'm seeing some news here. It says Boeing will pay $150 million to this company. This is a Brazilian company, I think, or somewhere in South America, I believe. Intel, guys, INTC actually is positive. Okay, INTC rises on report of a $3.5 billion chip deal with the U.S. military, according to a Bloomberg report, which could be officially announced this week. Okay, so that is INTC. Obviously, Intel's got some room. 2173 is the next high looking left. Just a horrible earnings week, but it had already been in, moving down even before that. So it's got some room, guys. INTC, Intel definitely has some room. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but okay. Xcur, XCUR. Now here's the issue. Look at that green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So that is so far what is preventing it from moving higher. The high was 250 and the 200-day moving average is 254. So that is the block right now on XCUR. Well, the VWAP for ZNTL is 481. So let's take a look. I'll stick an alert around 487. But this got up to that high. You can't see it right now, but that got up to a daily high, and that's kind of where it stalled. And that is the ZNTL. All right, market is definitely having a fun time. Look at this now. So we had the drop. Now we've got the pop here. Okay, guys, INTC looks interesting to me anyway. Again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart, 2150. So it's got some room, and that is INTC. They'd have some, obviously looks like very positive news. So LICY, let's see, what's this one doing? 170. Yeah, to me, it looks like between the current price and $1.90, To me anyway, it looks like there could be some resistance. So not as interesting to me. LICY. Wow, I haven't seen this one in a long time. This is the coffee. Yeah, Java. I used to see this one quite a bit. Haven't seen this one in a long, long, long time. Java, JVA, moving higher. Looks like this is an earnings play. We don't have an earnings date from it, but it looks like this is an earnings play. And that is JVA. We don't have an earnings date for it. I mean, I haven't seen this one in years. Guys, Intel making a little bit of a move. INTC. Okay, ADMA, I mentioned this one a little earlier, had the pullback right a little bit below the VWAP. And now it's on the move and looking left. It does have it has some room. 1934 is the next high. Looking left on that daily chart. And that is ADMA. Intel, guys, making another smart move here. INTC. All right, ITOS. I did see this one in the pre-market. And this had, remember what the news, wow, look at this market. My goodness, what a turnaround again. Oh, good. So now ITOS is slightly below that 200-day moving average, okay? That 200-day moving average is 1331. So it's below, and it's below 13. And the next low looking left on the weekly chart. So it's kind of right there. That is a big level for it to try to get through. 1306 right there. If it gets through that 1306, 1172 is the next low looking left. And I'm bringing this to your attention because it's also an AI alert. Okay. INTC, guys, making a, inch by inch. Not bad. Okay, guys, ITOS, again, the next low looking left is just a little bit below that 13. And here we go. Here we go, guys, ITOS. Give me one more leg down. All right, guys, INTC has turned out to be a very nice one. And again, this came from the large cap gainers from the open, which I was a little reluctant to take a look at as this market was doing this. But the minute it started turning around, Started paying a lot more attention to the large cap gainers from the open. Checked on Intel, liked it over 20, but the main reason, of course, it had some a very good press release. Dr. MA is definitely, well, fading badly now. DRMA fading badly. This is the one I can't trade. Icon welcomes the dismissal of the lawsuit, not selling shares. On Monday, so he said, let's see if there's any more verification. He was pleased the federal judge dismissed a lawsuit accusing the billionaire of defrauding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what he said. Okay, well, it appears to be valid. I can't, this is one of those crazy ones because it's this limited partnership in Canada. I cannot buy this one without incurring some kind of a tax situation. So I have to stay away from it, but IEP, the next high looking left is around 1233. Oh, ITOS guys. All right. It had a little pop up. Got me a little bit worried, but okay, I'm covering some right here in this 60 level for ITOS. And this was an AI alert. I did not take it. I wish I'd taken a right up here, but I did not. But there was the AI alert at 1375 to short it. There's a dollar move so far. Ooh, LAUR guys, Laureate Education, LAUR. Didn't see this one the last couple of days. It's had a great couple of days. Maybe it's because it didn't really trade very much. Well, actually, that was a big day. Over 1.5 million. I don't really recall seeing this one. LAUR on Friday, nor Thursday. This is a big continuation. And when you look left, has room to 1672. It's a pretty big float, 135 million. This has been a great, so far, 3-day move. Wow. ITOS, guys. ITOS. And the only thing I was worried about was when it did this, that little jog up. But right now, out of it, okay? And now it has come all the way back up 13, but it did get down all the way down to 1256. So this is the VWAP is 1410. So I'm going to see if this has another move down off the VWAP. But what a jump now from the low here. Meanwhile, INTC continues to just make a nice move here. Next high looking left on the daily, as we said before, that was the big attraction to it. Had a lot of room. And I had this press release with what was the $3.5 billion chip deal with the U.S. military. So Yeah, Alcoa. Yeah, Alcoa was definitely another nice one on a, continuation. Large cappers. Again, guys, this is I'm not displaying this one, but I am sharing it. I'm going to go over all the scans I'm sharing in about 10 minutes or so. But this is another one I'm sharing. The large cap gainers from the open. How about Wayfair? How's this one doing? Yeah, you know what? We're getting some decent trends now. Okay, now I got to watch ITOS to see if it breaks down through 13 again. So what I'm going to do is just stick a price alert in this area, 1291, see if it breaks down again. All right, Jebediah, GJBDI, guys. So this is now an all-time high. Yeah, so this was the one that opened a few weeks ago, IPO. I think was an IPO. Could have been a SPAC. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. Okay, ITOS now again below 13. Now I'm going to wait and see if this really, I have to put the alert again because it just popped up above 13. No, this doesn't. This looks like more of a bounce play now, the ITOS, ITOS. Well, Summit's having a kind of a bleak day, guys. Yeah, there are a lot of shares available for me. Also, Interactive Brokers to short. Let's see what it does here. I mean, 2745 is the low looking left on the daily chart. I don't know if this is just, supreme profit taking. I don't think there's any bad news on it. Other than this, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to call this bad news, but they did present. Maybe the data wasn't as good as people expected. I don't know. Good. Man, the market's been, the SPY's been all over the place this morning. Barely positive again. Okay, guys, ZG on the move here. The Zillow Group, real estate. It had a nice little run the last 3 days, including today, barely into today, but 2 days, nice run from 53 to 58, now to 60. Till, okay, I haven't seen Till today. TIL, what is it doing? So, yeah, I had that, quite frankly, the absurd run from 13 all the way up to 90. Wow, 92, almost 93 on Friday. Now, big drop. Wainwright trying to pump it. Let's see, coverage with a buy and a $120 price target. See if anybody else is in. Okay, guys, out of the Intel now. Right at that 50-cent level, could not hold it. So got out of the Intel INTC. Let's see, move on to maybe another high floater or large capper. Take a look at NYCB. NYCB 1114. Not enough room for me. So here's one I don't often see, guys. The CGON. So the next high looking left on the daily, it's almost there. 37. The next high is 37.26. If it can take that out, the next high is 38.41. So there will be certainly room. Not a high float, not low. And I wonder if there's any news on this one. Coverage with a buy and a target of 32. Well, it's way above that. Okay, that's Goldman Sachs maintaining, but it's way above that now. So all right, guys. Meanwhile, the market's doing its crazy thing. Seriously, this has been a very whippy start. Even when you look at the pre-market, moving down, big pop up, move down, now another pop up. Okay, guys, I think what I'll do right now is, I know it's a little bit early, but well, 6 minutes. I usually do this around 10:15, but I'm just kind of waiting to see what's on store for me next. I mean, this CGON looks really interesting. 37.26 is the next high. Let's see if I don't see any news. Oh, Goldman Sachs. Yeah, but they put a $32 or 52. Sorry, guys. I read that as 32. So that is the reason. Excuse me. So that's a $52 price target. And that's got to be the reason why CGON is moving. Not that it's going to get to $52 today or anytime, but that is, I can say, definitely the reason why this one is moving, because I don't see any other news on it. And that is for the CGON. So let me take a look at let me show you what you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing. Now, I can also give you a better promo code, but only if you're going to take an annual, okay, for either standard or premium. But this is what you're going to see. So if you just want to have a monthly subscription, this is what you can do. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire, well, obviously, if you're going to take out a yearly subscription, I better put these in here, okay? In fact, let me do something off camera. Okay, so these are a couple of promo codes you can use. Oh, okay, Dip Buyer. Oh, okay, okay, I'm sorry. So here are a couple of promo codes you can use, okay? Only if you're going to take on an annual, either for standard or for premium. Okay, so now in YouTube, unfortunately, it came as, in one line, but so Wave 269, if you want to take on an annual standard subscription, and Wave 599 if you want to take out an annual premium subscription. And obviously those represent the dollar discounts, $269 and $599. Okay. If you just want to take on a monthly subscription, you can use this one, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. And as always, if you take out any subscription, you must either get started. 10 short videos. First one is the download and install. First startup and login. Scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. And that's the first thing you must do if you do take out a subscription. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is for you. A series of videos, all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week, I got corrected. Trade of the week is right here. It gets sent out before the markets open every Monday morning. So I guess it's triggered over 186. Excuse me. Okay. I guess that makes sense because there's the 200-day moving average. So it hasn't triggered. Okay. It has not triggered. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And here is our education section. This is our user guide. A lot of great information in our user guide, starting off with the getting started. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I'm going to show you a couple of races that I'm running, but if you want to run your own race, of course you can. Your own race, meaning your own parameters. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time, sticking price alerts on the charts. And if you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. A lot more information is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything, of course. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Chris. And last, if you're looking for my scans, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit, and then the middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Could be. Is Intel still in play? Yeah, I mean, it's pulled back a little bit. See if it gets over 2035. I mean, it still has Bjorn in our YouTube room is asking me. You know, if it takes out the high of the day, I guess it could keep going. It has room looking left, that's for sure. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so whoops, there's the ITOS. Not in it again. Let's take a look at it. Yeah, we'll see. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. Okay, this is the one that I am displaying. I am also sharing two other races though. Okay, and this is the race over here that I'm sharing, the large cap gainers from the open. We'll also have the large cap losers from the open, from the start of the race. Halts resumes, which is usually very active, not very active today, is right here. Okay, relative strength leaders is right here. The upside movers versus downside movers is right here. But as you can see, I am sharing other scans. So you can take a look at some of the other ones. The only other one that I have up and running is the momentum scan on my other monitor right there. And that's the one I like to demonstrate how Trade Ideas, why Trade Ideas is such a great program, how it's fabulous at identifying real-time alerts with, of course, your setup. All right, so let me demonstrate what Trade Ideas is all about using this momentum scan. So again, this is a scan that I am sharing. So if I right click on this scan and click on configure, and then click on the summary. So there are many screening programs out there. We screen, this is the screening aspect, but what we're excellent at are real-time alerts. You can see that ISPC is making another new high. So this is how it works. So this is the scan I've put together. And again, you can have it. If the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, that means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Okay. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. The bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we kept seeing ISPC. The last time that happened was 10:17 plus 58 seconds. So not quite a minute ago. Okay. It met all these filter requirements and it made a new high for the day, which was 413. And it just made another new high at 416. These are all real-time alerts, okay? So again, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. But if you want to make some changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like this price range. Maybe you want to do something else, add a filter you like. Maybe take one of these out. That's completely... Whoops, just give me a moment. Give me a moment. All right, no damage. All right, where was I? So again, if you want the scan the way it is, of course you can have it. But if you want to make changes, of course you can do that too. This is what I like to see in my momentum scan. It doesn't have to necessarily be what you want to see. So if you want to make changes to the price range or add a filter that you like or take one of these out, that is completely up to you. Now the next step, if you want to make your own scan, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. And as you can see, at the very top here, these are, first of all, these are all the real-time alerts that we do have. At the very top, the new high and the new low of the day. Those are the two most popular ones we've got. But look at ISPC just making a move over and over again, guys. So, but you can see there we have a lot of other real-time alerts. I'm going to keep scrolling down until I get to these icons right here. These are the filters that we've got. All right. Now, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't get hung up on the fact that we've got so many and feel that, man, how am I can't possibly learn all this. So consequently, this program is too hard for me. Well, first, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. The only reason there are so many, and this I think makes perfect sense, is when the company started over 20 years ago, All right, PJ, I'm just going to have to, okay. I'm just going to have to get rid of that. So the reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. Okay. So that's why they had to create a lot of these all these different real-time alerts and all these filters that we've got, because to try to satisfy the majority of our customers with all the different trading styles that there are out there, so they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. Yeah, I don't have to learn them all. Okay. Now, let me go over these races, okay? Because the races introduce something that is, because I'm somebody who likes to see new highs and new lows of the day, but the races can sort of show that, but they can also show pullbacks, okay? So first of all, let me explain what the races do. So as I said, if you click on my homepage link and you go to the education section and then to the guide, you'll see that there is a section on TI stock races, okay? So if you want to create your own race, you can, but I just want to show you what this race is looking for. So you notice I'm running 4-minute races. So what does that mean? That means that since this, and what does this mean up here, that BBLG of 4.7%? That means that since the race started, this stock, well, now it's GNLN. Let's take a look at GNLN actually, see what's happening with it. You can see what happened, a little pop here. So since the race started, GNLN has moved 7.24%, okay? Now, you'll notice that there is a top 10 list that eventually will be built of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. That gives you a list of stocks that you can concentrate on all day long. And you can see, obviously, that just because a stock was at the top of the leaderboard, it doesn't necessarily have to remain there until the race is over. I mean, the race is still on like any other race. There's always going to be jockeying for position. So here's FBLG now at the top, 3.4%. So you don't have to wait for a race to be over, and you can see what I'm doing to see what's happening. You can even take, wow, look at SHOT. I mean, where are you there, Pepe? So SHOT, I mean, you can click on anything you see here in this list, at any time, just to see what is happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over in order to click on a stock. Okay. Boy, look at this market, just up, down, up, down. Now it's just slightly gone negative. Now, why are these stocks showing up? That should be a question if you're seeing this for the first time. So if I right click on this race, you'll notice that there's an option that says open top list. Okay, open top list. So I'm going to do that. And this top list window showed up. And this is what the race is based on. Watch when I right click on the top list window and it says launch real-time stock race. So that's how you can create your own top list window with the parameters that you want to see. And if I right click on it and click on configure, this is what I want to see. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, yesterday now being Friday, it'll be a stock that'll appear in this list of stocks. Okay. That's number one. Now, before we had races, this is how a person would use a top list window. And you can still use a top list window this way. If as long as I have it as a column header, I can sort on it. So I've just sorted on the change from the close. So that's the change from the close of Friday. So this stock, NCNA, is up 151% from Friday's close. BBLG 105%, etc., all the way down this list. If I want to see the stock that has moved the most since its opening trade of the day, then as long as I have it as a column header, I can sort on it, the change from the open percent. So there's BBLG up 30% from its opening trade of the day, etc. So I mean, it's interesting news to have. But what if a stock, for whatever reason, let's take a look at SHOT as an example, okay? What if SHOT, it's up 2.2% from the open today, but what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It was up 3%, 5%, 8%, moving up this list. Well, how would you ever possibly see it? You know, what are you going to do? Stare at a whole list of stocks? I mean, look at this list of stocks. I can't even put them all on my monitor or stretch them out. I can't even see them all. So that's what the race does for you. The race doesn't care if a stock is near the high of the day, low of the day, if it's up the most from yesterday's close or up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is what stock in that huge list of stocks is moving the most since the race started. That's all it cares about. So that's how you can capture a stock that might be moving. You know, you'd never be able to see that. So here's the Lucy. Somebody was mentioning Lucy before. There's Lucy up 3%. But the other way to use this is, as I said before, potential pullback. So let's take a look at TNON. Okay. I'll just use this as an example. All right. So there's TNON. Now the high was 935, and it is now pulled back down to 795. Is that an interesting level? Maybe not. I mean, the VWAP is 896, you know, but maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that it has pulled into. Maybe, you know, if that's your style of trading, maybe it is pulled back into the VWAP. In this particular case, it is not. The VWAP, let me see if I can find another one. How about EGIO? You know, it's pulled back. The VWAP is 184. Again, you know, it's below the VWAP, but what if it had pulled back to that 184 level and held and maybe bounced from it? You know, because a lot of people will think that the VWAP can be a support level, you know, a support level. So a stock moving down into it and see how it trades there. So again, that's how you can use this list to see stocks that have maybe pulled back also. Now the other scan or the other race, just on my other monitor, and all the races do the same thing, okay, in terms of creating a top 10 list for you. This one is a large cap gainers from the open. This drives me crazy. I change this every single time. Just give me a moment. Okay, large cap gainers from the start of the race, okay? Large cap gainers from the start of the race. So it's the same principle, you know, when the race starts, it usually takes about 30 seconds to kind of warm up, and then you'll start to see, you know, a stock moving. That's how I found Intel earlier, okay? But again, a top 10 list is created. Now, what's the difference in these two races other than the names? Well, the name should give you a clue, because now if I right click on it and open the top list that this is based on, and I guarantee there will not be as many stocks. See, look at this. Remember, this one has like a whole list of stocks. I can't even fit them all on my monitor. So here are the stocks that meet these filter requirements. And what's the big difference? Look at the market cap. So I put a market cap has to be at least 500 million, okay? And also the float has to be at least 50 million. Consequently, you're just not going to get, you know, the large percentage moves in this one that you can get in this. not as many stocks are coming through the filter requirements. That's why that's a shorter list of stocks. But if I were new to trading, there's a part of me that says, you take a look at this race. This race right here, certainly you're going to get the higher percentage moves, and I can call it more exciting, but with excitement comes volatility, and a stock that moves up very fast can move down even more quickly. Okay, so just be aware of that. Not saying you can't get volatility in here, but because of the market cap and all, they're usually not as volatile, okay? So again, a top 10 list is automatically built for you. And that is the large cap gainers from the start of the race. I'm going to save this layout so it... Okay, guys. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So again, if you're new to this, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time, approximately 3 p.m. I usually take off anywhere between 2:30 and 2:45. William in our main room, not obligated to, but a lot of times we'll keep the room open till 4. Okay. So now look at this market, guys. Man, all over the place. So PJ, these are probably more to your style, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. All right, guys. Now, Dr. MA, maybe here's the VWAP at 256. So that could be resistance. Okay. So I'm just looking at some of these the high flyers in the pre-market to see if any of them look like they could have a bounce in them. And Dr. MA obviously could, but you've got to be aware that VWAP at 256 is only about 30 cents away. Well, that's 30 cents away. So depends on your risk tolerance, I guess. Wow. I mean, there's still a lot of shares for me. I never took this one as a short. Obviously, this was been an awesome short. I'm talking about the ZNTL. I mean, it's almost at the low of the day, 414. I mean, it's barely positive. Well, it's positive 29%. That's a big move. Don't get me wrong, but it is really, really given up most of its gains. Got up to 546, 423 now. Yeah, this ITOS, which was a nice one for me earlier, but it is just a little too whippy. The only thing I can possibly do is maybe 1270 or so. If it gets down there, I might take a look at reshorting it. Well, this RE has been good. This RE has been awesome. In fact, sort of saw this in the pre-market, but it was, just kind of choppy. But REE, REE, So this is the news for it. Pops after inking a deal with a major auto industry supplier who obviously so I guess the insinuation is one of these guys, but obviously they did not want to be named. I guarantee that Ree would love to have been able to post who it was after attracting a $45 million investment from a major supplier, but they would have loved to have been able to say who it was. But I'm going to suggest that that supplier didn't want that. Kevin, okay, why does the pre-market 5-minute chart for comp, the composite? Okay, I don't look at that, but let's take a look. And I probably don't have a reason. So this doesn't even seem to start in the pre-market at all. For us anyway. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart, but what are you saying? Are you saying that a 15 did? Okay, let me change it to a 15. Well, have a 15 right here. Well, I don't see. Yeah, there's some weirdness going on. I mean, I can't explain that because look at almost flatlined here. But let me go to. But the same thing on the 3-minute is sort of flatlined from 3:45. We start getting our data at 4 o'clock. Well, first of all, yeah, we start getting our data at 4 o'clock and it doesn't look like it does anything. Okay. Because this 15 is from the 13th. Okay. And obviously today's the 16th. Well, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. You can see that it's just like on the 3-minute chart. And my guess is any other intraday, it's flat lines starting at 4 o'clock right across. It doesn't look like it trades at all. Well, Interactive Brokers does, Poe. Absolutely. The question was, does anyone have a broker that allows pre-market to start trading at 4 a.m. Eastern time? Absolutely. That's the reason we went to 4 a.m. Because, we had that kind of the tie-in with Interactive Brokers. So that's why we start our data at 4 a.m. So I don't understand when you say the 15 works. Are you not saying a flat line across starting at 4 a.m.? Because to me, that's not working. I mean, that's just sort of flatlining across. But again, Kevin, when you say the 15 works, because I'm not seeing really any trading. But okay, but this is 4 a.m. Okay, and let me see if I get a bigger chart up. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Okay, Kevin, on a 15-minute chart, are you seeing any deviation from the price? Because I'm not seeing any deviation. Unless my eyes are, because that's 4 a.m. right there. I'm not seeing any deviation from 4 a.m. until 9:30. I'm seeing I'm seeing, just a flat line right across on the 15-minute chart. Okay, I will. I will. I mean, I'm seeing the same thing again. This is the day before. That's Friday. Okay. It's a flat line across starting at 4 a.m. And we don't start getting action until 9:30. I'm seeing the same thing on the 15-minute chart when I went back to the previous day. So unless you're telling me that at 4 a.m. you're actually getting up and down movement, then I'm suggesting, and I don't know enough about the comp, how it trades in the pre-market. It just looks like it flatlines right across until the market opens. Maybe somebody else can help me on that. Because I'm not seeing any movement at all other than a flat line. And I'm getting, I can see on the 3-minute, I'm seeing the same thing, flatlining across. You can see my screen, right, Kevin? Okay, so you see what I'm pointing at, a flat line across until 9:30, a flat line across on the 15 until 9:30. I could go to a 5-minute. I'm sure I would see the same thing. A flat line across. Okay, we're really going around in circles. When you say works, what do you mean by works? You mean you are getting a flat line in the 15, but not on the 5 or the 3 or any other intraday? I've never looked at this before, okay? I have to admit, I've never looked at the comp. Okay, so when you say moving, so you are literally say, I'm not getting any movement. I'm not getting any movement at all on the 15. It just flat lines across starting at 4 in the morning, and I don't get any movement until 9:30 on mine anyway. And that's the same in all the intraday timeframes that I can see. Remember now, if you're looking at this movement, this is not today. As far as I can see, I mean, this is that's the 13th. Okay, that's the third. If you're looking at this thinking you're getting movement, well, remember that is the third. That candle right, that bar right there is the 13th. Well, I'll make a note. I'll put on my pad to look at comp X. I don't know if I'm going to see anything much different, but tomorrow, or comp, I should say, comp. No, it's not a reversion at all, Torty. It usually means a continuation. I mean, obviously, ZNTL. Yeah, I mean, obviously that what did it get up to? Yeah, I mean it's meant, these are meant to be continuation plays. Obviously, it did not continue. It's in our YouTube room. Okay, how about T here, guys? T. So that's AT&T over 22. And let's look left on the weekly chart. Can't see anything on the weekly chart. Okay, so T has a little bit of room on the monthly chart. Looks like we've got about 2284, a little bit of room on the monthly chart for T. Man, you know what? I discounted this NYCB. I know I mentioned this one just over the 11 break, and this is just had a beautiful little run here, guys. This is again from the large cap. Even though the market's been very very choppy, whippy, up down, up down, up down. The NYCB has just been beautiful. This is what I'm looking for in these large cap gainers. I didn't take it. I did not take it. I just had I was just a little reluctant to because of what the market was doing, but that NYCB just beautiful. So Lyft's got a little bit of room, guys. LYFT's got a little bit of room. A little bit of room until it hits that next high, which is about 1207. Finally, another halt. Wow. So the Jebediah was going crazy, obviously. JBDI. Oh, this just got halted. It's a volatility halt. So let's see where it could open. Okay. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So there's your halt, 39.41 for JBDI. The potential open, I doubt if it's going to open here, but this column is supposed to give you kind of a glimpse into the future as to where a stock could open when it comes out of its halt. So it says 45. I have a hard time believing it's going to open at 45, but usually these halts are 5 minutes long. You can see the halt of NNE was exactly 5 minutes long. So if it's 5 minutes long, this will open at 10:54 plus 21 seconds. If it's 5 minutes long, again, typically they are. I mean, now we're looking at 47. I mean, I guess anything is possible, but Wow, Intel back over 2050. I'm not in it. I'm not in it again, but Intel is, really kind of trading on its own. What I'm looking for here, actually, I want to see if anything is near a whole number. Just okay, how about RNG? Let's see RNG. Just a little bit over a whole number, so we don't have to worry about the whole number potentially blocking it from moving higher. That's a pullback. So let's take a look at that VWAP, 3046. So below the VWAP, quite a bit below the VWAP. So that. Yeah, thank you, William. Somebody else mentioned that one earlier. I can't remember who it was for the Kappa. I've got my price alert set. It's a U.S. stock, so it's not China. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Well, something is happening with this one, guys. TMC is popping in here. TMC is popping in here. It was a sub $1 earlier, 94 cents, over $1, probably a very low float. Actually, it's not all. William, this used to be your big deal, the TMC. Big float, too, $121 million in the float. Wow, big move here, guys. For some reason, I don't see any. I'm just looking to see if there's any specific news to it for it. The next high looking left around 112. To me, there's just, on the way up, there's just on the weekly chart anyway, there's just too many areas where it could stall from this current price. Had the next high been up here around 150, 160, that could have been definitely something to consider. But with that float, 121 million in the float, it's going to take a lot of volume to keep moving it. No, she's just staring up at me with those big, beautiful eyes, wanting some food, right, Monique? Okay, just give me a moment. I'll give you a little bit of food. Well, that'd be an impossibility because I don't have hotkeys. So, how can you tell where it's going to stall? Well, you can't know for sure, right? Squeeze the puppy, that puppy. All I'm looking at is looking left on. I mean, I don't. It's not 100% that anything is going to stall where I say it, where I think it could. I mean, it's just I just look left, and if I can see a next high on the daily chart, relatively close. So when I look at TMC, all I'm doing, I'm just looking left. So the next high is 112. Well, what did it get to today? It got up to 110. So that 112 could stall it. But if it got through 112, then the next high is 118, not that far away, right? And then even then gets through that 135. Now 135 from 107 would be great. But, when I see little areas before that 135, highs looking left on the weekly chart, that just tells me that I do not want to take that trade. Now, it doesn't mean that it could just blast right through all of this, right? But that's how I trade. That's all I do. I just look left on the daily chart and on the weekly chart. That's all I do. No, not a halt. No. Just where it could stop moving higher. No, not a halt. Well, so what did that do? So when that came out of its when that resumed, it did not see. Remember, we were looking in that column, and I think it had like $45. So it resumed at 31.41, and then it just dropped. And this is the halt now on the way down. Man, this NYCB just continues to keep moving, guys. NYCB, what a fabulous trend today for NYCB. Now, it could be coming into that little resistance area, 1144, and looking left, 1149. So 1150 could be the resistance area for NYCB. A lot of shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers, 2.8 million. It's a big float. That's a big move, 7.8%. So the reason, trying to see why this is moving. I mean, I'm getting these headlines when I'm clicking on NYCB. Flagstar Bank expands commercial and private. I don't know if that what that has to do with it, if anything. But there's some reason for this NYCB to be moving. So here's Sentinel, guys. So Sentinel S just won a race in the large cappers, and it's near the, well, it's at the high. Next high looking left. 20, a little bit close, actually, unfortunately, on the weekly chart, 2381. I mean, look, if it went from 2322 to 2381, that'd be great, but I wish it had, I wish that were the next high, 2673. Yeah, it's on my homepage, DT. So let me just give you my homepage link. Looking for the link to the large cap gainer. So just click my homepage link, okay? And when you do that, scroll down until you see the scan section. And there it is, the middle one right there. Large cap gainers from the start of the race right there, okay? And remember, when you load it, your race will be just starting. You will not get this top 10 list. Just give me one moment, please. There we go, guys, I'm back. Always, Michael, always. Talking to Michael in the YouTube room. Okay, guys, yeah, I think Alcoa probably ran on me also. No, not really. Okay, it is actually starting to pull back a little bit now, Alcoa. Yeah, I see BBLG. Yes, BBLG is now big pop here now. BBLG showing up in the momentum scan, showing up in this, showing up in this. People ask, well, where can I find these? Well, I've got three areas in which you can find BBLG when it's making its move: in the momentum scan, in the race, and also in this one, the upside movers versus downside movers. And of course, it's a low float. Look at this, 96 million in the float. I don't see any news on it. I honestly do not see any news on this one. I'm sure there must be something somewhere, but I don't see anything. And that's the BBLG. Probably just one of these ones in which some group has got a hold of it. 97 million have traded, 1.7 million in the float. turn the float over many, many, many times. How do you trade off the Trade Ideas platform? Well, I don't, but you can, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, or I guess an E-Trade account, and I guess now Alpaca, then you can connect to those accounts and trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. But you have to have one of those three. I don't. What I do is I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. So when I click on a symbol, like BBLG, okay, with our external linking tool, it loads right into my Interactive Brokers platform, and that's where I trade it. Okay. But I mean, if you do want to trade from within the Trade Ideas platform, again, you need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account or an Alpaca account. I guess I'm assuming Alpaca is live. I know we've been kind of promoting it a bit. And then there are some videos to show you how you can connect. Okay. And then you would use this program that we call, or option called Brokerage Plus. And this is what it looks like. And you can see the brokers, and you would connect Alpaca, E-Trade, and Interactive Brokers. And you would just connect, and then you would just trade. When you click on an alert, the symbol, well, I'm not connected, but you'll connect, and then the symbol will show up, and then you would just pick how many shares you want to trade. So that's how you can do it from within Trade Ideas if you want to. If you want a lot more information on it, then you go to our guide and it'll show you how you connect, but only with one of those three. You have to have one of those three accounts. Boy, NYCB just, maybe this is it, guys. Maybe this is it. As I said, it looked like 1150 could be the area in which it could stall. I mean, look what it got to. It got right to 1149, and that high right there is 1149. Okay, so that maybe is where it's going to stall finally. Oh, do I trade? Oh, I see, Hot Rod. The question was, do I trade? No, I don't. I mean, depends what you mean. I mean, I'm using Trade Ideas to find all my ideas, okay? But I'm not. But I don't trade from within, if that's what you meant. No, I mean, I've had Interactive Brokers almost for 9 years now, and I'm just so used to trading from within it. And to me, it's no. For me personally, I just don't find an advantage to trade using Brokerage Plus. No, I just trade from within Interactive Brokers. That's all. Because the minute if we didn't have if somehow we didn't have an external linking tool that allowed that, so when I click on an alert, it would, for whatever reason, would not load into IB, and I only could trade from within Trade Ideas using Brokerage Plus and IB, then okay. But I mean, it just loads right into the order entry, and that's where I trade it. I don't use DAS. So you can see this OBLG, guys. Man, if it can take out 546, maybe this will get it going. Okay, OBLG, you can kind of see right here. I just stuck a price alert. The trend is slightly up. It got as high as 6. Well, that's at 9 o'clock, so I'm going to have to eyeball it. Looks like it got up to about 638. Sure, Bjorn. So that was the question. So the question is, how do you create an external link with Trade Ideas and Interactive Brokers? So if you, so this is to anybody, okay, not just to Bjorn, but anybody who has Interactive Brokers. This is what you do. You click on Tool from the toolbar, click on Tools, and then you see where it says External Linking. Click on External Linking. Now, you just click on Add a Link. Now, obviously, I have got my link already established with Interactive Brokers, but if you click on Add a Link, and then you just follow these instructions, okay? Follow the instructions. So what you do for Interactive Brokers, you take your pointer and put it right into that order, into your order entry, okay? Right into the order entry, and then hold down the Shift key. And then that will select order entry as being where you want the symbol to load. Then the only other thing you have, well, you know what? I will do it. I hate doing from scratch because sometimes it's just, but I will do it. Okay, so I'm going to add a link, okay? And I'm going to put it right into the order entry. And I'm going to hold down put the Shift key, and notice it says current link window now is Interactive Brokers. The only other thing you have to do now is in the rules section is the little down arrow and select Interactive Brokers Live, and that's it. Now select OK, and that's it. Okay, now you're linked. Hopefully I didn't destroy the link. Yeah. Okay. So now when I click on a symbol, it just loads into that order, into my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and then I can trade from there. Okay. So again, just click on Tools, External Linking, and then follow those instructions. Add link, and then hit the Shift key, and then just make sure you do the one rule is Interactive Brokers Live. Yeah, no, that'd be a pain, Bjorn, especially if you're clicking on a lot of symbols like I am all day long. Here was another really good one from the large cap gainers from the start of the race, especially from about 1018 on. And this is, I sort of have a mini bias against these cruisers. I never had really great luck trading them intraday anyway. But anyway, this is CCL. Let's take a look at NCLH. And I'm sure that it's probably doing something pretty, not bad. And then RCL, and take a look at the three big cruisers. Yeah, so this is, another man. I mean, this is another almost lifetime low high for RCL. Almost a lifetime high. I guess the lifetime high is right up here, 173.65, right back here. And I will look at Viking because that is now, I guess, it's not a ocean, but It's a river cruise, so it's not moving like the rest of them. Well, let's see. ITOS. Yeah, might be a little late now. I mean, it looks good now. I mean, it looks like it, that's a pretty big down bar. And remember the next low looking left, but I think I'm a little late now. The next low looking left is about $1 away, 1162. All right, guys. Now, okay. I thought this would had SATs. I thought it was more of a continuation up, but it's trying to bounce now. SATS is trying to bounce now. So you can see a little buy flag there. This is this again trade wave. Okay, this is the trade wave. All right, guys, give me a moment. Oh my goodness, JBDI. Hope nobody got nailed on this thing. Look at this. Good grief. $40, cut in half basically now. All right, guys. So in about 40 minutes, I will be taking a break. Chris is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. All right, guys. Let's see if this RNG has any oomph in it whatsoever. It's over 30. Of course, and it's got, the high today was 30.92. So let's see if it has any sort of run in it. Well, shoot. Again, I did not get back into the ITOS, but this really looks weak now. I mean, really weak. What's the float on this? Yeah, 42 million, not high, not low. Draw looks like HCWC is obviously a SPAC, right? $10. Okay, IBO 1.5. Okay, I'll put that one down. IBO sounds like a symbol we already trade, but there's so many of these that. Well, it must be. I mean, at $10, you know, I mean, I see IBO. Oh, IBO. Oh, sorry, IBO, not IBIO. Okay, I'll put a price alert on that one also. When it starts to trade, and we know it's low $4 and $3, 1.5 million shares. Let's take a look, see if it is a China stock or Singapore. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. No, I might be wrong. So it looks like it's coming off. Okay, so it is kind of, yeah. It's not a typical IPO. Okay, it's coming off the OTC, I guess. There you go. Doesn't mean it's bad, but so the IBI. Okay, I want to see where this is out of. So, okay, that's a U.S. stock also. Okay, yeah, U.S. stock. All right. Well, a little bit of a move for RNG for me. A little bit. Yeah, it's an uplisting. Yeah, it's an uplisting from. I don't know how those work or how well they work. I should say. It just is very coincidental that it's at $10. Boy, that ITOS now, ITOS, really sinking. All right, Ring is yeah, giving me a nice little move here now, guys. RNG. Now look at this market again. Wow, what a choppy. SPY's basically almost flat again. What a choppy day in this market. So the ring for me was based on this, based just on this this little move here, RNG. Had the buy flag there. Whoa, SYM. Now this has been almost straight up today, guys. SYM Symbiotic. You know, it still has about a dollar on the weekly chart. 2366 looks like that's the next high. 2366, yeah. So about a dollar on the weekly chart anyway. However, yeah, 2370. Wow. It's got some room. It really does have some room still. A little bit of room, about a dollar. Not saying to take it, but at least I want to see if it holds here, maybe pulls back a bit and then moves. And what sort of float does it have? About 79 million in the float. Wow. So look at this one now, ITOS. I mean, look right here. I mean, it got down there, didn't it? It got down right to 1185, where it's, you know, basically where it is. And that next low is 1172. Okay. If it takes that out, the next low is 1055. And that is for ITOS. And this, you know, we did see this news. It fell after its mid-stage study results for lung cancer drug. Unfortunately for that company, this is the big word. However, you don't want to say however or you see but in a press release. All right. Well, it was a quick trade, guys, for the RNG for me. Just carved out a little bit on it. All right, so this one's got a little bit of room, not much volume though, 203,000. I'm talking about the ZVSA, a little bit of room. Looking left on a daily chart, well, that's a lot of room actually on a percentage basis if it got up there, but it doesn't have that much volume. 3 times relative volume, but the overall volume is not fabulous. My guess is that the spread is not great for a $2, 234, 240. Not great. All right. Well, this one just opened. So there's the so HCWC has just opened, and if it was priced at 10, this is not good. Whoa! Look at this thing now. It's all you can call it as a thing. JBDI. Boy, I've got to really control myself on this ITOS and not try to take it right now. This is you see, this is what got me out of it right there. You know, that little jog up. I had it was really working well at the beginning, but It's just a little bit too choppy for me. I did okay on it, but nothing like had I been able to hold on. And this is an AI alert. You can see the AI. You can see the alert was at 1375 right there to short. Yeah, I saw AUR somewhere. I think it was showing up on right down here. The momentum scan, AURA. Yeah, I got up to 1087. That's a big pullback. But is it pulling? Okay, 1033 is the VWAP. So it's just slightly under the VWAP, guys. AURA. Let's see if this actually can try to hold in this area and then move. The volume is dried up though. Wow. Not very much volume. 155,000 shares. You can see it doesn't trade very much because that represents 5 times normal up to this time of day. So you can see it does not trade very much. Lyft has got a little bit of room still, guys. LYFT has got a little bit of room. 1208 or so is 1207 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Yeah, this Lucy. Yeah, it's been on a roll here. I mean, there's room still. Yeah, there's still room. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, $7 or so, 705. The high looking left on the daily is 7. So it still has room to the 7 level. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, and it's a very low float, 1.3 million. It's funny, it's not trading very much. It's not really trading that much for this move. Now, I remember this day, I believe it was either Target or Walmart. I think it was Walmart. I think Walmart started stocking their carrying their product. I think that was the reason. I think it was Walmart. Might have been Target. One of those two, I believe. I think that was the reason for the big pop for Lucy that day. In fact, if I go and check our news, sometimes our news can help me by, I don't know what this Gulf Cooperation Council is. Secures exercise of warrants. I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong? I thought I could have sworn they had some kind of a deal with either Walmart or Target. And that was the reason for that pop that day. It was Target? Thank you. Okay. Chris and PJ. Yeah, so it was Target, not Walmart. Okay. That's in our YouTube room. Thanks, guys. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Boy, if this breaks 14, this TVTX breaks 14, what could happen? I'm going to stick an alert right up here at 14, a little over 14 for TVTX, and see if it can take that out. It's too bad. This TMC would have a lot of, I'd be very interested in this one, except for, mentioned this one earlier, you know, it's just made a new high for the day, but looking left, it's got these areas that, you know, it could easily stall. And the float is so big, you know, if it were a way smaller float, then it might have a chance maybe to burst right through this, but that is a huge float, 121 million in the float. So it's still going to take a lot of volume coming in to keep moving this. And consequently, it just makes it a no trade for me. Well, I mentioned this one, guys. NYCB looked like it was coming into that resistance area of 1150, and it did drop from 1150 right now down to 1118. Not bad. I can't trade IEP. That's not you. That's another PJ, right? Or is that you in YouTube, PJ, now? But I cannot trade IEP as a Canadian for, well, it's because it's one of these limited partnerships. I mean, I can trade it, but I get this big warning saying you may be, there might be tax implications for anybody trading who is not a U.S. citizen. So I'm not even going to look at it. But there's no question. I mean, this is what he is saying. Icon is saying. You have to read all this information that some kind of a suit was dismissed. So that has caused the pop. Now, listen, TMC may make a fool of me. I mean, TMC did just pop up to 117, and maybe it'll just keep going. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Oh, really? ISBC is a reverse split today, 1 for 20. Okay, thank you. I did not know that. There it is. Yes. So a little unusual, for a reverse split the day of to be having this sort of a move. I don't see any news on it. I mean, sometimes what they try to do, they do the reverse split and then they put out any kind of a press release they can just to get a little bit of enthusiasm. Well, this keeps moving down now, guys. ITOS, I said the next low looking left is around 1050 or so. You know what? If it gets really close, maybe it'll bounce off that area if it gets even close. If it takes out 11, there are a lot of maybe take a bounce play on it because this has just been destroyed. This initially, wow. Initially this was a huge one in the pre-market. Huge one in the pre-market. This got up to $21. And rising on positive data from lung cancer study. But isn't this the one where I saw the however? Now, there are some firms that are trying to prop this up, still putting a $46 price target on it by Wainwright. Boy. Okay, guys, I've got about 15 minutes before I take my break. So before I do, I just want to put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. Pretty sure it's going to be Chris. And I'll just put the link in. All right, here's one that just got halted on the way. Okay, on the way up, guys. AENT just got halted on the way up. Now, it is very hardly any have traded, 23,000 shares. My minimum in this scanner right here is 20,000 shares. So it just snuck in. Okay, so AENT has just been halted. And now, if we can believe this, and I doubt if it's going to open here, but 384. Okay, 384. This is the halt price for AENT, 243. This column, in theory, shows you approximately where it could open once it opens, but you can see how this changes. I cannot believe it's going to open, it's going to gap that much when it opens, but we'll have to wait and see. If it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:49, basically 11:50, basically at 11:50. So we'll have to see once it opens. All right, Chris just confirmed that it will be himself who will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes from now. Well, not for the faint of heart, but I thought it actually popped up. So JBDI keeps getting halted and moves down off the halts. Look at Ring now, guys. Not in it anymore, RNG, but not doing badly. All right, T, guys. Mentioned this one before. This has got some room in it. Or does it? Yeah, it's got some room. That's right. So T's got some room. All right. So let's see if this has any more run in it. Again, this is from the large cap gainers. Where did I see it? Well, I did see it. It was in this list here. Right there it is. Okay. Checking the market now again. So SPY is down 1.29. So it's a very, very choppy day, guys. Very choppy. Well, there's the TVTX. I know I put a price alert just over 14 for this one. So this one has maybe, it's got room to move, obviously, on the monthly chart anyway. 1544 is the next 1539. Let me back to my weekly chart to see where it could stall. Yeah, I can't see anything on the weekly. So has room. I keep telling you, stick that kid of yours into an Uber. An Uber you trust. All right, where did it open? AENT opened, so it got halted at what price was it? 243. So it's really okay. Where could it go? Yeah, the problem is when you look left, there could be all these little areas that could stall. And there's just not a lot of volume, guys. I mean, there's not a lot of volume. So even though it could rip, I just can't. I can't take it with that volume. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put my announcement up here. Chris sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than at noon, so I just want to be prepared for when he does show up. Okay, so again, I just want to be prepared for when he shows up. Yeah, ISBC, more is right. It's showing up here. It's showing up on my momentum scan. All right, Guy. Mavis, let's see. Excuse me, Mavis, just excuse me, just over $1. MVIS high last week was see again too close. You just look left, 113. A few weeks ago, the same high. So consequently, could easily stall at those levels. I'm just clicking on some of the ones from the large cap gainers from the start of the race, showing up here. This was the one that had a beautiful run at the beginning of the day, LSCC. Well, T is not moving for me, is basically where I bought it. So T is not moving. I'm not going to dump it quite yet. I will be on my break, but I will be near my computer. So oh, so that bounced for you, William, on the ITOS. I see. Yeah, that's why you took it. Well, I said that it could have a nice bounce, but I was wondering if it could get even closer down to this level, which it did not. Low of the day, 11.16. There was the level I was kind of hoping would even break through 11 and maybe challenge that and then have a nice big bounce. All right, I think I heard a little pop there, so give me a moment. Chris, so guys, Chris is in our YouTube room now. I put the YouTube link in, so you can head over and listen to Chris. I'm going to put myself on mute now in the main room, so we'll see you guys in about an hour at 1 p.m. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley to our YouTube room. How the heck are you today, Chris?
I am doing all right, Barry. Yourself?
Not bad. Not bad. You're madly typing. Is that all
Yes.
the orders you're putting in, or?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. These are the orders. The farm is bet, and we're ready to go. We're gonna be
Excellent.
We're gonna be driving 6 Lamborghinis by the end of the week with these orders.
Sounds good to me. I only need one more to make it a baker's dozen. How's that?
I love it. I love it.
Okay, Chris, I got to get out of here right now. So
Alrighty.
See you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thank you, Barry.
Okay, bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody, as Barry makes his way to a much-deserved break, let me get the screen sharing on my side. There we go. Perfecto. Excellent, excellent. Looks like we got eyes there. All right, so happy Monday, everybody. Hope you all had a nice weekend. You live in the Northeast. We had a pretty good weather weekend, so hopefully you got out there, got to enjoy some of that weather. For those of you that don't know or maybe new to this forum, my name is Chris Varley. I'm one of the support members here with Trade Ideas. For those of you do know, you might see me answering some tickets for you, whether you're coming to our live support or emails. We do this as an open forum every Monday through Friday, noon Eastern to 1 Eastern. I handle the Monday sessions. Generally speaking, Michael Noss Tuesday. We have Jamie Hodge on Wednesdays, Steve Gomez Thursdays, and Andy Lindloff on Fridays. So generally, we and myself included here don't come with any pre-done content. This is meant to be for you folks to ask your questions that you need answered. As I often say, can't answer the questions that are not asked, and it is an open forum for you all to get those answered. I always like to say that this presents itself as that community vibe that I often promote, in the sense of often the questions you have are similar or the same as questions other folks have. And that can generally start a really good dialogue back and forth, helping us all do exactly the same thing that we want to be doing here with Trade Ideas Software, and that is making money, right? If you folks aren't making money with the software, it doesn't sit well or help us at all as a company, right? So it is important for us that you ask those questions that can help get you to that next level with the software. With all of that said, if there are no questions, I'll do my best to keep it informative and relevant and moving forward with some content here based on some of my scans, things I'm seeing in the markets, looking over some charts, possibly some sectors, the overall market, so on and so forth. So Mike C., how are you? Good to see you, my friend. Always good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute, I feel like. It's been a few weeks, so hopefully all's well on your end. So yeah, let's get rocking and rolling, folks. Get some questions in here for me, please. Let's do it. Like I said, if not, I'll do what I can on my end to keep it informative here. Scott, you as well. You as well. Nice to see you. So, all right, I'll just kind of jump in on some stuff here since while I wait for maybe some questions to come in. I just want to change something on this chart here. The opaqueness on that watermark is not awesome. All right, maybe that's a little better. Let's do it like that. Yeah, I like the darker better, but so I'm still playing with this whole trade wave thing and the go, no go and all that. And I don't know, we'll see how much longer I do it for. For those of you that have been around for a minute, you know that I'm not a fan of things on my charts. I like my charts pretty empty, actually. But, it's important for me to understand these new tools that we are coming out with here. Better answer your folks' questions regarding them. The one thing that I'm really big behind, both the go, no go and this trade wave, is that when I was first starting out trading, coming up with an actual trade plan was the most Herculean task for me. And while these in themselves are not a full trading plan, they're certainly really good guides and templates to a trading plan. I think one of the hardest parts of a trading plan or risk management plan to understand is that outside of people that are trying to micro scalp and things like that, which I think is the most difficult form of trading, everything else is trend following, whether it's on a 3-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, a daily chart, weekly chart, whatever, a trend following. And the idea behind these two indicators for charts is trends, finding and identifying trends, right? And then trying to identify the reversal of those trends as quickly as possible, which is easier, obviously, said than done. If these things were easy, everybody would be doing them, right? So I think that's just an important note in why, we come out with new stuff, and some of it I'm bigger on than others. And I think it's, relevant and relative to what I mostly do with my trading, as far as how big I am on on these new features. Stock races came out. Obviously, I'm still using them. I was a big fan of them. I still am a fan of them. They just work well for me. And I get why other people aren't, things of that nature. So we have another tool called alert logging for those that aren't familiar. And while I think it's a nice tool, I don't log alerts. I'm not taking all that data in. I'm not a quant in that sense. So it's a great tool, but, I have no use for it whatsoever. So, relevant and relative to all that kind of stuff. Chris, over the weekend, I learned about new trading wave indicators that an add-on, correct? No, Scott, that's not an add-on, not for the moment anyways. TradeWave is for everybody on standard or basic, whatever we're calling that these days, or premium. It is my understanding that eventually the TradeWave will become a premium product, not an actual add-on product. There is no time for that to happen at this point. That was something that was mentioned when this first came out in one of our marketing meetings. But to be on the TradeWave, to use the TradeWave, the first thing is you have to be on our newest beta. Currently, that is 5.6.95 on the software. So if you go to help and about, that'll tell you what version of the software you're on there. If you are not on that version of the software, you can, of course, download it on the download page, which I'm going to share a link to right now. And just make sure you download the beta, right? It'll say on the right side of the left side of the screen, when you open that page, the left side will have the production version of 5.6.88. To the right of that, you will see beta version. It doesn't actually give the number there, I don't believe, but it is 5.6.95 as the public beta. And once you're on that, then you're going to want to obviously launch the software. Make sure you're on the browser charts. You do that by right-clicking the browser charts. And there'll be a little check mark there if you are on the browser charts. There will be no check mark if you're not, so go ahead and check that. And then once you do that, the dynamic of the charts will change up here on this menu bar of the charts. And you'll have this little FX that's up here. I've got my drawing tool coming out. Just bear with me a second because I want to highlight this a little clearer with that drawing tool. That should be coming any second now. There it is. And so there we go. There's that FX right there that I'm drawing a pink circle around, right? And if you go ahead and click on that, you will see TradeWave to put on there. See how mine is highlighted as green? That means I do have the TradeWave on, and that's what you'll get here. So like I said, I'm big into this indicator in the sense, especially for newer traders, trying to get them to follow trends. What I find interesting here is, we got these mix of buys and sells, and we're running sideways on this stock right now, right? So just to kind of indicate, maybe a little in the neutral section. As far as the go, no go, it's in a semi-go, right? The convicted go, the uptrend go, that's that blue. This green here is we're go, but not quite as go as blue. Orange, just see a few orange back here. That's neutral trend. The dark pink, purplish, that's a downtrend, a no-go. And the light pink, that's a semi-no-go or semi-downtrend. So yeah, a couple of these indicators together, and they may help keep you out of some trouble in the sense of, I'm looking at this stock on whatever time frame it may be, but now I'm looking and the go, no go is giving me a neutral or a no go look, or maybe a non-convicted go, that greenish color. And there's, it just had a signal of a sell come on from the trade wave. So maybe I hold off before jumping in that. Again, like anything, nothing is to be blindly followed. You got to do some work as a trader, right? We got to understand some charting, some candlesticking, or bar charting. In this case, it's not candlesticks, it's bar charts for the go, no go. But the point being is we have to understand some trading stuff. If you're just looking for some system to blindly follow and do it all for you and make money, you're going to be waiting an awful long time. Just kind of the way it is. If anything in the market was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? You must download the new beta version, apply it, charts itself. For whatever reason, that's how it was developed into this. Scott, I don't have a reason why the development and management team put it into the browser charts like that. Perhaps that's the only way the logic works with the indicators and stuff. I'm not part of that whole section of the team here as far as the development goes and thoughts behind it. I am just the supporter of it once it comes to me, learning how to use it and sharing that usage with you folks. So yeah, that's a good start there for us, and keep the questions coming, folks. That's what I'm here for. Excellent. So, all right. While I wait for other questions to come in, I mean, let's do a rundown of my top 10 here on relative strength from the open scan. We're starting right off here on WHLR. That is the number one there, number one winner with 11 wins. And as we mentioned before, kind of running sideways right now. It's fighting around the VWAP. I'd be watching to take that out, but then you got this $8 and high of the day to contend with. We could see it's had a lot of interest going back here all the way into, let's see, so this is Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, not last Friday, but the Friday before last. A lot going on there. Even that day right there, Thursday, even the Thursday the 5th, I guess that is, right? Yeah, Thursday the 5th. So a lot of interest in this stock. Clearly very liquid with 10.5 million shares traded in a 10 relative volume still. And what I would note about that is even with these big days coming in here, we're still seeing a 10 relative volume, 10.5 relative volume on this here. So this thing is really, really kicking along. In the words of Barry, it's not one of those stocks you're going to be taking a trade in and then going making a sandwich to the bathroom or anything like that. You're kind of locked in your chair when you've got a position in this, or generally speaking, I think traders will be. But, to each their own or whatever. I would just also note that this looks like it's fighting, well, around the high of the day from this past Friday here as well, right? So could we call this a support resistance area? I think so. Short term, resistance there. There's resistance here. It finally broke it. It's come back under it. Now it's fighting around this area right now. So will this prior resistance become support, or is this just one oopsie before it makes that move down there? That is, of course, for you and your trading plan to determine. But I think it's certainly worth noting and important to take a look at things like that when I'm looking at charts anyways. GNLN. So that's one of the last couple of races here. I'm just going to skip right to it, although I just realized it is number 4 on the top 10 winners with 5 wins. This is going to be real fast and easy, right? We got a nice trend going on here. We can see, some real crazy action here a couple months ago, a month plus ago. However, it's only traded 469,000 shares on the day. It's got a 12-cent spread going on it right now. So it wouldn't be something I'm necessarily interested in Doesn't mean I'd ignore it either. We could see volume increasing, becoming heavier throughout the day. That's just not enough for me to get involved yet. And, as a $5 stock up 19.25% for 86 cents, it's going to be tough for me to get excited. But, look, $5 level, it's above it. And like I said, all those other things it does have going for it. If it gets going, there's potential there for it without any question. But I need more volume / liquidity. 1.26 on the relative volume, and not even 600,000 traded by midday. I just need a little more for me anyways. But nevertheless, it's there. It's certainly idea generation. And what you think of that idea generation is, of course, the beauty of the chart holder. REE, number 2 on the list with 7 top 10 wins. Much different story as far as volume and liquidity. 423 on the relative volume. So this thing's going insane compared to what it normally does, with 8.4 million shares traded to this point. While we can see the volume has taken a tick down, we also see that it's begun to consolidate here. Let's see what it can do here. It's now suppressed below the VWAP. Got this high of the day that's looming there. I mean, it's already up huge as $4 stock, and it's up, $4 stock now being up $1.18 and nearly 40%. 39 1/3%, give or take, as the pennies fluctuate here. Again, going to need to see a little more for me to be interested in it, in the sense of price action getting above some levels. But as I draw terrible lines, let's try a better line than that. Look at that. I don't think that that's a happy accident. I think that is coincident. I don't think that's coincidence or anything like that. I think as we look here, price seems to like this going back enough months, that level there, acting as some resistance right now for it, and now suppressed by some of the shorter term averages and indicators. But again, it would be something I'd watch, that if it was able to pop over that VWAP, get some volume coming back into it, makes a challenge on that high of the day, then we're talking $5 and beyond as potentials. We'll do that, of course, as I always say. I have no clue, but that's what I'd be looking at there. And again, folks, as I like to continue to point out, this is not meant to be me just talking at you folks, right? Looking for you all to ask some questions and engage with me here, of course. If you don't have any questions, so be it. I'll continue to do what I'm doing. Peter, what do I think of LICY? I don't know. Let's bring it up. LICY. Whoops. What the heck did I just do? The wrong button. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I was trying to type in the LICY, and I must have typed in some kind of command to StreamYard. There we go. All better. So, all right, LICY. We'll start working left to right, because we look left. It's in a massive downtrend. All right, so swing trading wise, I don't think there's anything here whatsoever. There's a buy signal here and some volume coming in as far as the trade wave goes, but one day does not make a trend or a trend reversal. For myself, of course, as I said before, beauty in the eye of the chart holder and all that. So that's a decision for someone else to make as far as the swing trading stuff goes. But, maybe it's the beginning of something. You feel it could be the beginning of something. You throw it on a watch list, your like list, so on and so forth. Get back here into the intraday stuff. Decent liquidity. We've got 1.5 million shares traded on it. Good volume, hovering around at 6.87 on the relative volume. We could see that it, took off on the volume, came down, came back up, and it's come back down again, but we've seen it come back to life, so it's always possible. We're up above the VWAP. We're holding an 8 EMA. You can't really see my 8 EMA because of the trade wave there. I'm guessing it, whatever indicator this is actually using, it's in the ballpark of that 8 EMA. What I would note is this, made this high, came back, made this high, and struggling to get back above this here. So, I'd be watching for the break of the high of the day and see where it can go from there. It's not a large float by any stretch of imagination. 16.99 million in that float, so certainly has potential to do some stuff there. Yeah, that's what I could comment on right there. It's a big short and skinny on all that. All right, so let's continue on here down the top 10 until some other questions start to come in. CSLR. Get rid of the prior drawings. All right, so not liquid. 760 million shares traded on it with a 0.71 relative volume. Not showing anything special on the volume either. Low price stock, $2 obviously has been a chore for it. It's really taken that out. How much more it's got to go up, just shy of 20% and 42 cents, bringing it over to $2.50 at this point. It's a pretty good move in it already. Do have some declining volume, so I'd be watching again. What does it do at high of the day? How far do we got to go back to see some resistance here? So yeah, this thing has been down in the dungeon for a long time here. At 250 level, then you're looking at 290 or 270, something like that in here, going all the way back to, well, around this time last year, as a matter of fact, almost exactly this time last year. Obviously, a very long-term downtrend coming out of into mostly a sideways trend. So there's a whole lot to comment on that one, but there it is. Nevertheless, we covered GNL, NINBS. Wow, these are some horrible looking daily charts. Well, I mean, horrible if you're looking for long-term stuff from the buy side anyways, or trends to the long side on long term. So I think, I think we've got this covered here, what these charts are indicating and looking like. Again, a little over 1 million shares traded with 2.15 in the relative volume, so decent on volume and liquidity. We could see that volume has tried to continue to keep itself up. However, as price has gone down, that volume came up to meet some of it here. Very noteworthy that could possibly be the end. It's under the VWAP. It's obviously under EMAs now that are involved in this whole deal. One thing I always like to note on these smaller price stocks, oftentimes once an initial move has been made and collapsed, they don't come back very often. Not that that's impossible, and you wouldn't put a percentage on it. I would just give it more times than not. The move is over and it's done. So let's see, David, what do you think about NVIDIA these days within end of the year and longer view next 2 years? I mean, I have nothing to give you on that, David. I'm sorry. First off, I hardly look at NVIDIA, and I'm certainly not going out end of year and 2 years on it. I'll look at the chart and VDA, and you look at the trend that may be involved or breaking down. Yeah, sideways at this point. I'd be looking at it kind of pressed down by that. I'd be looking at the fact that it's held this $100 level right here. I'd mentioned weeks and weeks ago, unlikely that you were here, but for those that were and remember, is the market moving because of NVIDIA and Apple and Microsoft, or are those moving because of the market, chicken and egg, cart and horse, all those things like that? What I will note is that there's obviously some tying to those without any question, but we've also seen these sell off viciously where the market hasn't overall sold off, and RSP is a great way to take a look at that. Now I'm going to tie this all together in a second, David. Just bear with me here. And what I want to note is that the RSP is an equally weighted S&P 500. It's just made a new all-time high again today, right? So I guess this would help in the argument's case that the overall market is doing its thing, even when those big tech players are not doing their thing, right? Or to the upside anyways. So what I would say is this: we're looking for trends, we're looking for strength, and we're looking for rocket boosters, if you will. We drill down here a little bit more. Come on, chart. I know you can do it. There we go. what I'd be looking at here is, what does my trading plan say I need to be looking at and doing, right? And so that's a terrible line, Chris. Let's do the actual drawing tools and make it better. I'm looking at something like that. Can we break to this upside there? And if we break to that upside and the market stays strong, does that give us a little more juice and oomph to continue to that upside? Seems reasonable. Of course, we got to be looking at recent highs here just before the earnings came out, but earnings are behind it, so we don't have to worry about that catalyst anymore. The other thing I would note is this. I love my multi-period indicator here, the multi-period low. We took some good steps down, kind of based out here. We're trying to take some steps up now. So, we got two things going for us here right now that I'd be really looking at. Come on this trend, and we're making it. We're pinning ourselves in right here, looking for that resolve. And this is what I'd be looking at right now. As far if it was any chart, this is what I would be looking at this point. I think that 120 level is huge. I know it's a easy target to look at as calling huge. That's technical analysis for you. Like it or don't like it, right? Sometimes I look at things like that. I'm like, ugh, people are going to pick on that, right? I can't blame them, but all the same, I'd be looking at that 120 range, and then I'm looking at this 131, 132, and back up towards those all-time highs. If it can get itself going, and like I said before, to tie it all together, RSP, I think it's important to note that the market is strong. The S&P 500 equally weighted just made a new all-time high. That is anything but bearish, right? And so if we can we continue the overall market looking good, we can pop above those levels on the video, I'd continue to ride that trend like that. That's more than less what I'd be looking at and thinking about and all that kind of stuff. So, all right, continuing along. So CSL has moved up the list. INBS. Did we talk about this? Yeah, we talked about INBS. GRR, GRRR. Wow, we're just finding some really horrifically bad looking daily charts right now. Again, liquidity is all right. Volume's pretty good. It is declining throughout the day here, as is with price. I'd be careful about that, although it is kind of basing around here at the VWAP. And so, a lot of the same theme that we're seeing right now with this. I'd also note this, and bring over the SPY. A lot of stocks are just going to be simply tied to the SPY, the NASDAQ in general. Obviously a few more to the Dow, very few because there's only 30 that are there. And the ones that are not tied to it, you'll see them make earlier moves and do their kind of thing. And then after some time, they often start to get tied in with this afterwards. We're just kind of flat and chopping around the last couple of days here at this point now after, getting ourselves a bit of a turnaround going into these couple of days. So, unless your stock is really alpha to the market and it really isn't paying attention to the market, you want to be careful entering anything at this point. I'd go out on the limb and say this is kind of tied into the market for the moment now after doing its thing early on here. NYCB. Nothing going on here. I mean, huge float. So clearly there's got to be some big institution getting involved in this, or institutions getting involved in this with 4.5 million shares traded in a 2 relative volume. To see relative volumes that high, and that's that high. When you have a float that big and you get a relative volume this, side of the day, it clearly indicates that some bigger player is at large here, and they're the ones that are going to move the stock, not the retail traders. Obviously, might not kill you to catch a wave with that. And I will note that this buy signal literally just appeared here, literally 5 seconds ago. So, take that for what it's worth. Maybe that's something you want to track right now. The buy signal came in at, let's say, 11:28, right? Is that it? 11:28. It gives you the time and everything. Ain't that fancy, right? Track it. See what it looks like. See how you're feeling about that. Compare it with the go no go. The go no go went into a go several bars ago, so you got a double whammy going there. Maybe the algorithms underneath are seeing something here. I wouldn't be running right into it, especially with this overhead resistance that's right there. But as far as the intraday goes, certainly intriguing. Long term look, obviously, let's see what's going on here. Not a whole lot, right? Well off any sort of highs or anything like that. And, it was a downtrend here, and then it was a collapse, and just kind of really running sideways since that collapse. So, I will note this: these four buys, one was higher than the next. So higher, 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 but we don't see higher low, or we don't see higher highs. We just see higher lows, and so I wouldn't call that an uptrend at all. So, could I show where to find the swing picks? Yeah, sure. So, if you go to new, come on the menu bar, if you go to new, go to docked channel bar, not dock window, not channel bar, docked channel bar. I'm going to give you something that looks like this. Hit the show more, scroll down, look for swing picks. There it is. And that's going to open this screen here. And in the welcome screen is the email that gets sent out over the weekend. That's going to have the write-up and levels of each of those swing picks that are there, so you can see that. And then the actual channel will have the strength alert scan where those swing picks came from. So you look at all the rest that's in here, alerting on the day, the score that it has, and so on and so forth like that. And that's how you would handle that. Excuse my yawn. Apologies. I don't even have an excuse. I didn't get up till a little after 5 o'clock my time today, so I slept in even. This morning, Michael stated we can see trading wave indicator on bottom of charts. I don't see it. Well, if you have the trade wave if you have it on the charts, there's a trade wave report that's here. And that'll dig into the signals that are here if you're on the buy side or the sell side, long or short side there. So that would be the bottom there. You're just going to find it right there. But trade wave's got to be on in order to see it. If the trade wave's not on, clearly you cannot see it, right? So that's how that would work like that there, Peter. All right, let's continue to slide down. GH. And of course, anything that I've gone over, if you need me to go over it in more detail, just let me know, right? I go right back over it. And there's something else you want me to add to it, or you have another question to pile on it, we're going to cover that. We can cover that right for you, folks. GH. This is the first chart that we get on the daily side. It isn't just a pure downtrend and sideways. And, we get coming out of an uptrend, we move into a downtrend. We've gotten into an uptrend. We're back in a downtrend, right? That's certainly not just a downtrend or downtrend and sideways. But we can see this is why this probably alerted. Was it, open down here, shot itself up there. So it probably won a few races by doing that because this is relative strength from the open, not from the close, right? So from the open, it's up from the open. It's still up 5.7% from the open, even though it's down 9% from Friday's close. I don't think there's a whole lot else to add to that there. Obviously, something that was not liked happened. I don't see an earnings date there, so I don't think it's that, although on occasion we miss them. Our data provider does miss them. If that's the case, then usually someone lets me know and I get that filed and we get that fixed. But, plenty of liquidity, plenty of volume and all that stuff like that. However, it looks like for the moment, the sellers kind of got control of this. Is it trying to curl up? Yeah, it is, but that's certainly not anything that I'd be looking at or interested in personally, but that doesn't mean if you've got interest in it, what I'm saying means jack squat, right? Everybody needs to look after and their own trading plans and what they're viewing and looking at in the charts. Maybe on a 3-minute chart, this looks a little better to someone, doesn't to me, but all the same, that's not for me to decide for you. IMRX. Trashy daily chart continues here. Nevertheless, this is probably one of the better looking intraday charts that we've looked at this point, because this has both liquidity and volume. Very, very nice. We've moved up nice. We're up 42 cents, good for 21% here. It's held above all these major averages. It is fighting with that 250 level. That is obviously looming big, but there is a huge gap to fill going up there towards that $5 level as well. So doesn't do it, who knows? But it's certainly intriguing enough that I guarantee there are people looking at it, besides us, of course. So anyways, IMRX for whatever it is worth. And let's round out the top 10 with XCUR. Again, much of the same theme. Not so awesome looking on the daily chart. And for those of you who've been around long enough, stocks have personality. This one has one. This is going to be a better illustrated here on this candlestick chart. What do I mean by stocks have personality? Well, look at all these big topping shadows, right? That just continuously happen, and it gives it up, right? So this has a personality. It has a habit of doing these kinds of moves like that. And so the odds are in favor that the move has been made, and it may not necessarily collapse anymore today, but this indicates that the move for the day is done. Now, does that mean it can't do that? No, absolutely. It can do anything it wants, right? It can do anything the buyers and sellers do to it. But if history were to be any indicator of what this stock likes to do, it's done for the day. Again, that doesn't mean it is done for the day. But the wave indicator isn't in a doc channel bar, Peter. The swing picks that David had asked for is in the doc channel bar. The trade wave has nothing to do with the doc channel bar. Trade wave is just, you need to be on the newest beta version of the software. You need to have browser charts enabled, and then you can put it on there. So if you are on 5.6.95 beta version of the software, if you right click a chart, look to see if use browser interface is checked. If that's checked, then you will see this FX here on the menu bar of the chart. If you go ahead and click that FX, you will see trade wave. It's the third one down, CCI, stochastics, excuse me, and then trade wave. If you go ahead and click that trade wave, then you're going to get all these buy sell signals on there. You're going to get this wave or cloud or whatever the heck you want to call it there on the charts, giving you the buy and sell signals at those crosses, and the trade wave report will be at the bottom just like that there. And again, let me just give a big circle around that there and some arrows pointing at that for you there, so you can see that there if you have those things done. Again, one more time to go over that. If you were on the latest beta of 5.6.95, you right click the chart, make sure use browser interface is checked. The FX up here in the top leftish, click that, add the trade wave, and bada bing, bada boom, you will have it there, my friend. So, all right, we're still cruising along here in life and all of that. I think I've gotten everybody's questions. If you had a question, I somehow missed it. I'm scrolling back. I see, I've touched everything here, but fire those in for me. If you want me to go more in depth on something, of course, let me know that as well. So we've got about 25 minutes, give or take, till Barry comes back. What direction do we head, folks? What direction do we head? Well, let's take a look at some of the stuff that's coming through here that we haven't looked at yet. So LASE, I believe this has been a player the last couple of weeks or months or something like that, right? Yeah. So there's LASE, and big move back here in the spring, and then kind of dormant for the summer, and then towards the end, it's technically still summer, but August we start to see it really play back in, and gone pretty batty here in September as well, past earnings and all that. What I would note is that not a whole lot of liquidity. I mean, this thing, 12:36 Eastern and 435 shares traded. Relative volume is up from obviously what's been the norm over 30 days. Not terrible spread. I mean, 4 cents on $6. Not great, not terrible. but certainly trending on the day nevertheless. But I would also note here on this daily chart, well, having some inside days here, and especially inside this really ranging day here. That's an interesting ranging day because it's going to be a big red candle right here, right? Yep. See, that's a big red candle there. So these topping shadows there, but who knows? Who knows, right? Nevertheless, it's there. ATEC. I feel like I saw that recently also. Did it do something recently? Am I making that up? Nope, completely making that up. That's 600,000 shares traded on it. Good for 0.5 on the relative volume. Nothing crazy or anything like that. But I can't ignore the fact that it's bucking the trend of the overall market today. It's running sideways, slightly down. This thing is up 7.25% now. Here's a tick $6, right? So LUCY. Again, same theme. Drifting higher, but nothing special going on in it whatsoever. 3-cent spread at the moment. So kind of a sleepy market day overall. Sorry, just thinking of something here. And something I'm going to reply to real quick. I just want to ship an email off that I had a reply all teed up for it. So, all right. TradeWave and Go No Go is available on website access. Nope, David, I suspect you were the one that I was in the chat with for a good long bit earlier that we were going over this. And as I stated in that chat, you for the Go No Go, you must be on the Windows app. There is no other way to do the Go No Go. Must be the Windows app. And the Go No Go is an add-on. It is not included in standard or Paddle-In or whatever the heck we're calling it these days. And it is not included in the premium, the Go No Go. The TradeWave is available on the market dashboard, but not the web version of the software. There are two different web access points. One we call our market dashboard, and that's going to look like, well, let me get a market dashboard over here. All right, makes sense. We're going to talk about it. Let's look at it, right? I don't personally use the market dashboard. I'm fairly familiar with it. I've got it on delayed data. This is the market dashboard here. And you'll find the TradeWave here under the indicators there, like that. And you can see I've got it on my chart right now, right? But there is the web version of the software, not to be confused with this version here, and that you can get neither the Wave nor Go No Go in that web version there. But the web version, what it has more custom abilities for your own scan building and things of that nature. Compare count windows, top list alert windows, multi, all that stuff like that. Market dashboard here is a canned set of scans that we've created for folks. A little simplified interface version of the software, a lot of momentum stuff there. Intraday, there are some different looks and things of that nature that are in here. The momentum waves and, deep dive, things of this nature, sectors in place, so on and so forth. So different looks for different people that want to do different things with the software here. Now, this market dashboard here is going to continue to get developed more and more. I don't have deliveries for times on what is going to get developed and when it is going to get developed in here. The idea, the hope is over time that the market dashboard will reflect and look more and more like the Windows download version. Will it ever be exactly the same? I have no idea. I'm not a developer, I'm not on the management team. I don't make these decisions. I do pass along feedback to these folks. They take in that feedback and do as they will with it as the steers of the ship for the company. What I do know is that we are going to continue to build into this and add to this over time to give it more functionality like the download software. giving folks that are on Mac OS or Linux OS better capabilities and functionality outside of Windows. Those are things that I can support and share with you on that, folks, there. Very good, very good. So, yeah, that's the market dashboard there. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that off this screen. And, all right, so, so last week we really went over all the sectors and some very good in depth. What I'm going to do right now is bring this over here, and we're going to talk about 30-day market breadth, highs versus lows. I'm going to talk about this RSP, and we might bring up the MDY too. Why not, right? So what I want to illustrate here is this, and I haven't done this in a while. I've got this compare count window here, and essentially compare count windows are two alert windows comparing their results with each other, right? And obviously the best way to compare something is have them essentially the same. So if we come into the configure of this, what I've got going on here is we've got green data, that's the green line, and the green bar on the cylinder here, and the red data, that's the red line, and the red bar on the cylinder that's going on here. And if we come into the configure of the green data, we can see it's an alert window at its core here, right? It says alert window configure right there. Bada bing, bada boom. Beautiful, right? And what we got, like any other alert window, is a selected alert. I'm using new highs, right? And we got window specific filters, just like any other alert window. And what I said is that I want you to show me 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I want you to show me stocks that have at least a market cap of 50 billion, $5 and higher. And they've got to have at least 250,000 shares traded on the day. And their average daily volume over the last 3 months got to be at least 75,000 shares on a day. So essentially, I'm looking for stocks that have market implications. I don't want just any old random stock that doesn't really have any major influence moving the market. Period. I don't need it to be obviously one of the quote Mag 7 or anything like that, but I don't want any nonsense $2 stock that has absolutely no bearing on market movements whatsoever in here influencing this window. So it's a fine line to walk with things like that with any scan, but that's what I've got in here for the green data. The red data is almost exactly the same. When we come to the window specific filters, those are exactly the same, but what's different is select alert new lows. So I'm comparing the new highs versus new lows. Now, the next part of this that I didn't point out in the first window, but I wanted to point out over here is on this new lows, I've got a 30 in that field. Is because this field counts weekends, right? So I've got 30 days in there. If I put 365 in there, we can see over here that would equal 52 weeks, right? And again, let's go back over to the green side and we'll look at that over here as well. Select alerts, 30 days up here on the green side. So both the green and red on those sides, we're looking at 30 days worth of data. So 30-day high, 30-day lows. We include the weekends in there. And so I'm just trying to compare new 30-day highs versus new 30-day lows to give myself a look at what's going on longer term on the market. This cylinder, with the exception of some of the big sell-off days, has been much higher to the green side than to the red side. Like I said, with the exception of those days. Even on most of the flat days, I'm finding that this is higher to the green side. So, last week we went over a ton of sectors and bullish and bearish and how we're feeling. And, there's certainly some bear cases out there without any question. There are always some bear cases out there. There are more bull cases out there right now. And this is one of those bull cases that has implications for my swing trading, essentially. Now, obviously, the end all be all of any position is my stop loss, and so be it. But my upside, I don't really have targets to my upside. I have tentative targets, right? And should those get hit, I'm certainly taking some, if not all, profit. But I don't have a necessary time stop. But this helps kind of with time stops in the sense that, let's just say, for argument's sake here, I took a position in RSP and, I took it right here at the midpoint of 176 and 175, right? I took it at the midpoint and that's my stop and this is my target, right? And, over the couple of next coming days, weeks, hours, whatever my time frame happens to be at this point, that I'm trending up, right? But then I'm moving back down and then I'm moving up. I'm kind of stuck here and I'm in the profit. and sometimes I'm a little more in the profit than other times. Well, I'm seeing something like this. This is telling me let's stay in the trade. Let's not peel out. When I'm seeing things moving back to this side, though, instead, I might say, you know what? Up here, I've got 100 shares. Let me peel out at 25, 30, 45, whatever it is. Let me move this stop up some so that if nothing else happens, I don't lose any money on the trade. And in fact, I might keep a few dollars of that trade like that, right? When I'm seeing more green and more green, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm just going to let it ride for the moment, right? I'm not going to exit anything at this point. There's no reason to. Now, of course, time is the ultimate dictator of all things. Having money involved in any stock means that I can't put it into other stocks. So I may become at some point, or I may come to some point and say, you know what? The trade isn't going anywhere right now. It continues to move sideways. I don't want my money tied up in this anymore. And I could revisit a new entry if I want to. Let me peel out of this for what money I've made in it at this point, right? This is always going to be hard. That's the end of, I hit the stop. It's over. Trade's done. C'est la vie. No more. Targets are always tentative. They're always tentative. And they're based on things like this. So anyways, I thought I'd share a look at this. I haven't talked about it in a hot minute. For those that want it, give me 1 second. I'm going to share a cloud link to it. Let me look for it. 30-day market breadth. And, there may be people that are like, wow, that's an interesting look and I'm interested in that. I want to check it out for some days. And there may be people like, nah, I don't care for that. And I don't like it at all. And that's what makes a market, folks, right? And this could be completely useless to someone because they're not swing trading and they don't have any interest in it. They may have something that's a better indicator for them. Nothing wrong with that, right? Other people may be searching for something similar to this or exactly the same and say, oh, that's the one that might really help me. They might take it and they might make it their own. And again, that's what makes this a community here. So Wolfhound, please show how to create a window with my like symbols, not the streaming one, just a list of the liked symbols. I'm not sure what you mean by not the streaming one, but this is what I have done. Let me first off, bear with me while I get this off my screen, right? So we can work with what we got here. So now, let's get that back up. There we go. So I've got this here, and it's my liked, right? And I'm going to take this out of the tree map to showcase it. It's a top list, right? If I right click and I come to the configure of this top list, we go to Windows specific filters. There's no filters being used in here, right? All I'm doing is sorting on change from close %. And in the symbols list, I have it looking at my liked. So what I did was when I started the top list, I came to symbols list, went to add existing list. This is in alphabetical order. I went down to the my liked, pressed on it, I put a check mark in here, and I made sure the drop down menu there, is selected to only the following list. So it's all this is looking at here is the my liked. And, use the heart to heart and unheart these. Now, there is on the menu bar, if you go to tools and symbols list, you create your own lists here and you can edit them here, but you cannot edit the my liked here. You can view it, but you cannot edit it here. Why can't you edit here? I don't know. I'm not the designer, the architect of the server stuff behind this. I just know you can't edit it. Please don't shoot the messenger. I certainly wish it could be edited here. Before I worked for Trade Ideas, I advocated it for it to be edited there. It is what it is. This is what we have to work with. You can see the list here. Cannot edit it here. The only two ways to edit this are to either heart and unheart. And I would suggest this every time you heart or unheart something on the my liked, I would highly recommend go to account and press reset connection twice. Sometimes a server takes a moment to update the chart properly and things like that. And so to keep this flowing right, and not have something you unhearted stay on that list, just go ahead and after you unheart it, click that like that. I know, not the greatest workflow, but again, I'm just giving you the workarounds that I have for things that go on. The only other way to edit the my like symbol is by going to this page here that I'm going to share a link to first. And then after I've done shared that link, I'm going to open that page up. Bear with me. Bear with me. We're almost there, folks. Bear with me. All right. That was the wrong one. That was the wrong one, Chris. This is the right one. Okay, here's the link incoming now. So that's how you get to the My Symbols, or that's how I do it anyways. That's an old link. It's kind of legacy now, but that's what I like. And let's bring that over here. There we go. So the little page will look like this, and then you can edit things in here. And any other symbols list, you have, all your other symbols lists over here too that you can edit as well. You can also scroll down and see the shared symbols lists. You can't edit these, but these are symbols lists that we have created on our end through various ways that you can go ahead and look at as well and see what symbols are on there as well. So, give you, another look at things here. Now, I do believe on the accounts management page, there might be a new one. There might be a way to actually look at this. Let me see. Let me get rid of that. Let's bring this back over here. So we're on the market dashboard, for scanning. And I believe, let's see, my watch list. I'll play with this a little more. And we can see the list here. I don't know that, there it goes, populated right there. Yeah, so it looks like I could remove it from here with that. So, all right, there's that and this here. And, there's other functions inside this here for as far as account management goes. It's a work in progress, this page. There's some things that were on the previous account management page that aren't here yet. They are working on the plumbing to get them here. So if there's something you don't see that used to be on the account management page, just let us know and we get you a link to it or take care of it on our end for you until we can get that all sorted and worked out for you folks on that end of things. But yeah, short and skinny there with the My Liked. Get back to here. All right. And let me know, Wolfhound, if that made sense, if there's something more you need me to cover there or something didn't make sense to you, anything like that. Make sure we get you sort of the best that we can on an answer for all those things there. All right. I'm cruising along still, I feel like. This was a good session, right? I think this was a good session. Hopefully you all found it helpful and informative. Yeah, we went over that with the market breadth. I'm trying to think, was there something else? I thought I had something else in mind. No, I guess not. Fun fact, those that don't know. XLU, that's what I want. Now, the XLU is the best performing sector of this year right now. This is really contrary to what you normally see. Normally, when you see the XLU as the best performing sector, we're in some kind of not so favorable market for the bulls. Clearly, that is not the case right now. We're sitting here a few points off all-time highs. Let's go to a candlestick chart on this here. We're just sitting off all-time highs here on the SPY. I know the Qs don't look quite as nice. I know tech got beat up more, hasn't bounced as much, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. And the software done froze on me again. Very good. Very good. Bear with me, folks, while I close on out and relaunch. But my point being here is I've said for weeks now, maybe even months now, go back and look at the streamings. But we're going to be, I think, really kind of in this chop fest for a while. And it's going to, the sell-offs are going to happen and the bears are going to come right out. Like, that's it. It's all over and blah, 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 as the bears like to do. Right. And the bulls are going to come right back out and give the same. Am I frozen again? That's hysterical. And by hysterical, I mean I'm really annoyed. Yep. Perfect. Awesome. Terrific. Wonderful. And vice versa, even though I can't show any charts right now. I know, Barry.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me put you out of your agony. Okay.
Yeah,
Was
Barry's
that
going to take
is
more
that
than that.
two in a row?
I had 2 back to back.
Wow.
I've got some other stuff going on here, and
Yeah.
I won't call this exactly the greatest of computers, but I'd like to believe that it could handle what I've got going on. Clearly not at the moment. What annoys me the most about that is I've now lost my compare count windows.
Yeah, I
And
know.
my top
I
10
know.
list. Like
I
I
know.
do kind of mark some of that data for other stuff that I do. At the end of the day, clearly I'll have lost that for the day. Just kind of annoying. But anyways,
otherwise it really wouldn't matter that much because the good thing our software does load really quickly. But yeah, you're right. It loses all the data you had from when you start at night. Well, whatever time you start, 9:30, you're getting all that data. Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways, I'll continue to poke and prod on my end of trying to get that stuff fixed. But it is what it is.
Yeah, it happens to me maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. Luckily, it's usually in the pre-market, and so it's not during the market hours. But yeah, I don't know why it happens
to me more often. It seems to happen to me though when I'm going back and forth between Chrome.
Yeah.
That's why when you mentioned you went to Edge, I guess I just need to rip that Band-Aid off and give it a shot and see what happens. I just, changing stuff up while I'm in the middle of some of the things I'm in the middle of is always not fun. But
well, the good thing, I mean, you're using Chrome, right? Obviously, so you just import all your bookmarks over to Edge. I mean, so it's really not that hard, and it seems to remember everything. So you don't have to re-input passwords and usernames and all that. It seems
I do like being tracked on everything these days. Give everything to Skynet at this point.
I know exactly what you're doing. Okay, Chris. Well, we'll see you, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We'll discuss on the other end.
Yes, we will. Okay, Chris. Thanks again for spelling me though. So,
all right, we'll talk soon.
I'll take over now.
Take care.
Okay, guys. I'm back in both. Let me get rid of the wow, guys. Man, I'm loving this. I have to explain what I've been doing here. Okay, I have to explain what I've been doing on this large cap gainers. So just give me a moment as I get my music going again, though. And here you are. Okay. So a couple things. So I can give you a link right now, James. Okay. Right now. All right, there is my homepage. And so if you click on my homepage link, James, you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. And if you scroll down, here are my scans right here. So this is the one I've been talking about. You can't see it. It's on my other monitor. I'm not trying to hide it on purpose. I'm just trying not to overwhelm everything we see on the main monitor. But this is the one that I've been really concentrating on today. And I'm getting some nice little trades out of it. Now, the T, I'm out of it. It did not, I'm basically flat. But I just took the sats. And let me show you why. Oh, iBio, guys. So just before I do that, iBio just opened. And what did it open at? It was 3, right? Offering at 3. So it's not showing up on my chart yet. iBio just showed up. Let me see if I have to do a reset. Not iBio. I'm sorry. IBO. It's interesting. I mean, it's showing up as a stock that we recognize, but it's not showing up in the chart. So that's a little strange. But it's already halted that I can see. So I'm not going to worry too much about it. So the sats. Where's sats? So I saw sats right here. Like I saw it right here, okay? And it was running up on the race. And I thought, okay, now the market is helping a little bit, but I've noticed that a lot of these that have pulled back and they're starting to move, they haven't been so dependent on the market. And SAS, has been certainly in play a lot. So anyway, the bottom line is I took it. Took it right around here at 20. What was the price at 26.17? Okay, and it's got up to 25. I've sold some out. I've taken some off. Okay, but that was a beautiful little pop here, and it's all there. Most of these are just coming from this large cap gainers from the start of the race. Now, as I said, the T, it didn't move. I mean, it's still hanging around where I bought it. So the T did not move. It's not that they're all going to move. Sedge was another one. I right here is when I was looking at a 2078 and it got up to 20. Okay, not as much as I thought, but still not a bad little move. And these are all large cappers, guys. So, they're not going to be as dynamic as these ones. You're not going to see massive percentage moves. But sometimes, they can be a lot easier in the psyche to trade. Meanwhile, Java, JVA. Yeah, well, we saw this one early. This is not one of the large cappers, but we saw this one early. Now, remember, the large cappers, the minimum market cap is $500 million, 500 million, and also the float has to be a minimum of 50 million in the float. So that's why you're not going to see huge percentage moves. Wow, Sats kept going. I took some off just around the 50 mark, but this is really rocking now. What's going on with JBDI? It's just a junky stock to trade, Alex. Okay. I mean, there's no reason why it went up like that. There was an IPO from a few weeks ago. I mean, there's no reason it did what it did today. Okay. There's no news on it. It's just a call it a trading vehicle. People piled into it early, but now they're just fleeing it. So I don't think there's any specific news on it today. Oh my goodness, Alex. Okay, guys, this is another IPO today, and it was IPO'd at $4, so it's right there. No, not a lot of enthusiasm. Geez, Alex, stuck in it. Well, maybe you couldn't get out because you had to stop it. It blew through your stop. But I mean, I don't know what to say. All right, guys, I am watching a few things in the large cappers. I saw Birkenstock, or as they would say, Birkenstock. So $48. So if it can clear 48 somehow, looks like the next high is around 48.36. There's the 200-day moving average up here at 50.53. I believe this was, let's see, had earnings back in August. well, back in August, less than a month ago, about 3 weeks ago. In fact, it was this day right here. Well, this is a weekly candle, but this was the day. Well, right there, there was the day it dropped. You can see earnings right there. There was the day it dropped. It was, it was looking pretty good up here. This was sort of almost a lifetime high up here. And then it had earnings on this day and it just got killed. So, I mean, the day before this stock was, $61 stock and it drifted down to 42. So taking about a third off. Trying to come back now, though. So Kappa just got halted on the way down. So the two IPOs today so far are no bueno. They're not very good. Not good in that there's not a lot of excitement about them. When they're priced at a night, when you see the IPO is priced at a certain price, in this case $4, and when you see that it's below the IPO price, the enthusiasm would be, let's say it opened at 6, and it was priced at 4. So then there's at least some enthusiasm about it, some excitement about it. But obviously none on this one, and none on the other one, wherever it is. Yeah, no idea, Wolfhound. You're talking about the trading room, right? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I mean I'm on Chrome for the room. Okay, I've actually transferred to Edge and everything else, but I still have to use Chrome for the room. I mean, there's a way on which I could, but the bottom line is I don't know. I don't know. One of those things, something in your computer is doing that because obviously it's not widespread. So I have no idea. Palantir. Now, I don't know if you guys watch Bill Maher, but the CEO from Palantir was on Bill. I should have been watching, or I should have been watching the stock. The guy, he's pretty crazy guy. The CEO from Palantir was on the Bill Maher show on Friday night. He was like the special guest, as it's called. And so it's up 2.8%. Oh yeah, well, he's got to be a billionaire. There's no question he's a billionaire. But he's a crazy guy. Crazy. I mean, I mean, he's just sort of a quirky guy. How's that? Man, Sats. Well, I mean, the next high or the high of the day looks like around 27. So, what's his name? I don't know. He's German. No, 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 no. That wasn't him. I don't think that was him, Captain. Yeah, that's who it was. That's who it was. Maybe he was one of the founders, but the guy who was on was not Peter Thiel. I think that's right. I think you're right, Alex Karp or something like that. That was exactly who it was. Thank you. Definitely. Well, he's the CEO. I mean, he's listed as a CEO. Got some wild hair going. Yeah, thanks. We've got a bunch of people chiming in. Alex Karp, yes. Well, I'm sure he loves them, doesn't he, TX Jet fan in our YouTube room? I'm sure he loves the short sellers. Anyway, and I said to my wife, I said, I got to make a note about to watch Palantir Monday morning, and I just forgot to add it or make the note. Well, Dak, you are let's say, Jebediah. Where is Jebediah? JBDI? JBDI? Oh, my goodness. Anybody with shorts available on this one? I did not have any. I know. If you have a Cobra or Centerpoint or Trade Zero, you probably had shorts available. But on the other hand, sometimes not having shorts available can really help because, sure, looks obvious now to have shorted it around 40, but it may have looked obvious here at 29, at 31, at 33. Are there any restrictions to trade team? Not for me. I know the gentleman said he had a problem, but I never had a problem with trading TNON. Not completely loony. Okay, good. All right, guys. CTO on the move here. Wow, CTO. 1965 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. If it can somehow take that out, $21 is the next high. Kappa sounds like a fraternity house. I'll look it up later, TX, Jet fan in our Texas Jet fan. Well, you got a win last night or yesterday. So we saw this one early also, SYM. We saw this one early, 20. So it still has about $1 on the daily chart, SYM, to move if it wants to. All right, guys, 116. So one last look at my own page. but I also want to, I have to put in these, I think they still work before, I think they work. I'm going to have to test to make sure these promo codes do work. Okay, so in a YouTube room, there are actually two codes, okay? The Wave 269 and the Wave 599. Obviously, just separate them, okay? So the Wave 269, now let me make sure it does work. It worked this morning. Yes, so it's they still do work, okay? So if you're into taking an annual subscription, these only, thank you, Pepe. If you're only for annual subscriptions, okay? So Wave 269, if you want to take on an annual standard subscription, you can use this promo code. You get $269 off. And if you want to take a premium subscription, use this one, Wave 599. You'll get $599 off, okay? Only for annual subscriptions. If you don't want to go annual, that's okay. Here's how you can take out a monthly. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's that promo. Only, obviously use the other one. If you want to take on an annual, use those other two. Either one of, depending if you're taking standard or a premium service. Otherwise, if you want to go monthly, here's your promo code, Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month. Okay? And as always, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Scroll a little bit down. Important introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay? You must do that. First thing you do when you take out a subscription. Trading 101. This is for you if you are, whoops, I don't have to click on it. This is for you if you are new to trading, a series of videos. So this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at TradeIdeas put together, and all free, okay? Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. How's it doing anyway? Fubo is the trade of the week. Did it trigger? The answer is no. So this is not a bad trade of the week. It just, or has it triggered? No, it has not triggered. I guess it's above, I guess 187 is the trigger. And as you can see, it did not get up to 187. You can kind of see why that would be a trigger, just getting over that 200-day moving average, okay? So again, the trade of the week is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. The big education section is here. And then if you're looking for my scans, and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. Middle section, here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Here are the ones that I'm displaying that you can actually see. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes is over here. Movers to the upside movers versus downside movers is here. And then this is the relative strength leaders here. On my other monitor that I'm not displaying, but I'm certainly sharing, here's the momentum scan. And as you can see, I do have other scans that I am sharing. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, and neither should you. It's way too many. So if you're asking, well, sorry, and this is the other one I have on my other monitor, the large cap gainers, okay? So why do I have all these other ones if I'm not using them? Well, these are scans that I've created over the many years. I've been a TradeIdeas subscriber. There's T. I'm not in it, but there's T moving for me, or it is starting to move. So you can take a look at them, and I may bring back one. Maybe I get tired of maybe this one. maybe I bring back one, especially when the gap continuation and reversal scan is probably pretty good once we get back into earnings season. But at any rate, you can take a look at these. So the big difference, Eric, really is our AI. That's the biggest difference, okay? You have access to this. That's the biggest difference. So that's the one that gave you ITOS early. You know, these other ones didn't work, but you have stops. You just, you know, how you trade these, of course, and if you trade any of them is up to you. But this is the biggest difference between premium and standard, having access to the AI. The other differences are, which probably doesn't affect too many people, but with standard you can have 10 charts, with premium you can have 20. And the other one that, again, doesn't affect very many people, if you're somebody who wants to maybe create a strategy of your own and test it to see how well it would work, you can do something called a back test. Right click, and where is it? I don't do it anymore. Back test strategy. Okay, that's a premium service. The majority of our customers just don't do that. But the main reason why anybody would want our premium service typically is going to be to have access to our AI. Okay. Now you could also say with the ZNTL, sure, it was a buy. I mean, it was an alert as a buy, but there's nothing stopping you. You know, if you, I mean, I saw this and I was thinking about shorting it. I just got distracted. I was surprised there had so many shares available, but using it like a watch list of stocks to follow, you could kind of see when it broke down here. And that was a while ago at 462. It broke down through the VWAP. You could have said, you know what, I'm going to short this. So, you know, you don't have to go in the direction of the AI, of course. It could set up very differently. I mean, ideally, it'd be nice to have it work in the direction, but as a watch list, you can, you know, it's at least alerting you to stocks that are, in theory, interesting to watch. So GNLN actually had news. Oh, here we go. Yeah. I know you guys must have to launch the fentanyl, xylazine, and drink spike detection. So this is what they're trying to compete with SHOT on the drink side. Just cover your ears, Pepe. I remember when they came up with that news. Yeah, this week, really. That's the first time I think we heard. Well, I mean, listen, I could share this, James, but the problem is that you need to have the add-on, for go, no go. So I don't know what happens when you load this. If I shared this with you, I don't know what would happen. But you know what? You really should learn how to do it yourself. I mean, first of all, you're talking about this dock, right? The way it moves around. It's not necessary. Okay, it's actually not necessary. I mean, I've got some scans, or I've got a couple of scans on my other window, my other monitor. I'm not docking them. I mean, it's nice to have them kind of grouped, but it's certainly not necessary. So I don't know what happens if I share this with you. I don't know if you get just normal charts. So I'll tell you what, I'll share it and you can tell me. I don't know what's going to happen. So let me go darks. Let me just find it. You tell me. So I'll share it with you, but I really don't know what it's going to look like. Oh, okay. Ah, I understand. Yeah, it's not, it won't work. Yeah, yeah, I understand now. Yeah, it won't work. Okay. Not the way you think. I can't, because I don't have any text in here, I can't delete it. Let's go to the top here. How crazy. I know there was a way to delete a post if it was just a link, but I don't remember how. Anyway. Licy guys, Licy. This has been Licy now, guys. LICY. 211 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, guys, I'm completely out of the sats now. I got rid of some just earlier, around the 50-cent mark. It ran up to 75 on its way down. I got rid of the rest of it. Let's keep an eye on VSAT maybe. VSAT is just give me a moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Shoot. So where was I? I mentioned VSAT, guys. This could be a nice little one, and it popped 30 cents. So oh, sorry. I am muted there. Sorry. You're right, Pepe. I had to reboot myself, get back in the room, and I forgot to put the icon on, the mic icon. Okay. All right, guys. So yeah, I had to take a phone call, so you probably didn't hear the phone ring. That's why I was gone. Anyway. Yeah, we're getting some pops now, guys. Look at the market right now. So yeah, we're getting that transition from orange to not the immediate transition, but orange, cyan to blue, which is certainly bullish. That's what it's trying to tell us. So the market is in a bullish frame of mind right now. Yeah, this GLXG, this is an IPO from last week, and I still have a price alert up in this area in case it takes it out. I believe this is either, I think it's, can't remember if it's out of Singapore or China. Maybe not. Boy, this VSAT really moved. Son of a expensive phone call I took. All right, William, what is the deal for you today in terms of time, if any, if any? All right, so William will keep the main room open till around 3:30. Okay, I'll be taking off at around 2:30. So he'll keep the main room open until around 3:30. In our YouTube room, I will put the main trading room link in there so you can head over to the main room if you want to. Boy, what's this? This is the Container Store, right? TCS. Wow, this has got some room. Look at the weekly chart for TCS. $15 is the next high, approximately. It just had a pop here on the 15. It's been moving on the 3. On the daily chart, the next high is 1346. There's room for this one, guys. There is room. TCS has room, 30 million in the float. So it's not a lot of volume. Boy, not a lot of volume at all. And I'm sorry, we can't trade it. Just looking at the bid ask 12. Well, now it's sort of tightened up, but just before I displayed this window, it's at 1235, 1286. So it's too erratic in terms of the bid ask, in my opinion, anyway. was on mute. Yeah, I accidentally hit the wrong button. So it's all not a big deal, but yeah, I accidentally deleted all the market talk. You never say any, well, sometimes. All right, how about NFE? What is this one doing? Now, another one, too bad. Guys, all I'm doing, I'm just looking at some of these ones, the large cap gainers from the start of the race, and I'm watching. I love to see stocks just over a whole number, as you probably know, but now I'm looking left, and what I would have loved to have seen, like, 1350 or so. Oh, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong here. Yeah, I mean, between here and 1220, there could be some resistance. It's too bad. See, the next high looking left is 1227. I mean, with a little bit of room, but I would have rather seen up here 13 being the next high. Ah, there you go. Yeah, I have no extensions, Wolfhound. I got rid of all my extensions. I didn't have that many. So I'm talking to Wolfhound in our YouTube room, in our main room, talking about why Chrome wasn't working in terms of video display for the main room. Yeah, I got rid of, I didn't have that many to begin with, but I got rid of all my Chrome extensions. Mainly because I think it was, causing my computer to bog down a bit. Not because of what you're talking about, but never thought of that, though. I guess I can, if it happens again to somebody, I can at least maybe mention that. Still got room. This VSAT still has room. Looking left on the daily chart, you can see the next high is over 14. It's at 1415. So 1340, 1415. It still does have room. I don't know. I mean, if it's just the entire sector. I mean, I don't know if VSAT and SATs are, I don't know if there's any correlation whatsoever. This is EchoStar. I remember EchoStar. They one of the original satellite providers. Way back, way back. Yeah, well, they're obviously in the same sector, so I don't know if it's the whole sector doing this, but let's take a look at XLC. This is the big ETF for communication. So yeah, I mean, the whole communication sector anyway is definitely on fire to a certain extent. Well, not on fire, but it's moving higher. All right, guys. Checking to see, all the ones I did take. I took the Intel early. You guys were around. I took the Intel early, INTC. Still actually not bad. Even the RNG is not terrible. The T, had I held on, would have been, okay. Nothing fabulous, but okay. And the Sats, which I'm out of completely. I'm not muted. No, I'm not muted. I am not muted. So if you guys can't hear me, of course, if you can't hear me, it's maybe because I had to do the, you know what I'm going to do? I can do the refresh, or I'm going to do the audio reset. I think that worked last time. Let me just do the reset the audio bridge. So I'm going to get muted for a bit. Okay, let me know if that worked without having to do a refresh. Anybody who could not hear me before, of course, you may not have known you couldn't hear me, but oh man, I remember I mentioned this TGTX. I did not take it. Where is it? What's it doing now? Over 4? Yeah, over 25. This TGTX. Another one that showed up again in this large cappers. Now, granted, the market is doing something like this, which is helping these large cappers. There's no question, a little bit anyway. Yeah, the SPY is mildly green now, guys. Yes, this is a little bit. Why does that say minus 0.51? Even this sedge, this sedge moved nicely off the 21. Did see some news about Pfizer this morning. PFE. Yeah, their mid-stage cancer drug data. Saw that in the pre-market. That was for Pfizer, PFE. So it's had a little bit of a move. I mean, it's a huge float, 5.6 billion in the float. So it's a huge float. Well, so far, TCS did not listen to me. That was the next high looking left, 1340. And, oh, no, I'm wrong. Sorry. That's where I thought it might stall, 1340. If it gets through 1340, 1508 is the next high. Looking left for TCS. Low float, 30 million in the float. Not a lot of volume. That was the problem. Oh yeah, here we go. That now I remember. Look at the spread, 1334, 1386. Can't trade it. I mean, you can trade it, but you'd be somewhat foolish to trade it. So what did they do? A reverse split? TCS? Oh, okay. Because we still have 30 million, so they do about a 15-1 or... First halt in a while? Well, my goodness. I hope, who was it? Somebody said they were trapped in it. I hope you got out. I mean, I know it's hard to sell, even half. I don't know where you got in, but this is a pretty big one to be showing up here. Must be a low float. Not really. Vera. Look at Vera here, guys. It's a pretty expensive one to be showing up in this race. Normally they're, you can see the majority of them are under $10 usually. Cantor Fitzgerald maintains a price target of what? 107. Why not? $107 price target for Vera from Cantor Fitzgerald. Okay, guys, so half an hour or so for me, 28 minutes or so for me today. So if you have questions, good time to ask. Probably not going to do too much more. Well, where could Lucy go? Lucy 709 or so. Next high looking left on the weekly chart, $7 actually. So it has about $1 to that next high on the weekly chart. course, it's a low float. It's surprising. It has not traded that much, really. I mean, the relative volume is only 0.51, so it's not really even trading normally. Now, again, a lot of that is skewed because a few weeks ago it did 88 million. So I get that. But even so, but the volume is not that much. Only 1.3 million in the float has not traded the float even. Oh, I'm not saying anybody did that, guys. It was just somebody said they were. This is hours ago, okay, regarding JBDI. I'm not saying they're still in it. I don't know. I have no idea. No, it was Daniel. Daniel said he was trapped in it. I know you were in it a long time ago, but wow, look at Lucy now. Holy smokes, Lucy. Lucy just exploded here now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Daniel is still in the room. I think it was him. Okay, listen, guys. I don't see any questions, so we'll hang around till 2:30. I'm going to put myself on mute, though. I don't see any questions, so I'll put myself on mute. If there are any questions, I'll hop back on the mic. Okay. Yeah, Bjorn, you're right. You know, this is one of those ones that Bjorn was saying, look at NCNA. So NCNA is one of those ones that is kind of, you know, huge in the pre-market, kind of dropped, kind of a little bit not that much action until right now. And look at the volume that's coming in. This could be that, you know, those late day bloomers that we talk about. Yeah, it's about 215 right now. It's about time. That's about right. The next high looking left is 812 or so. Not saying it's going to get there, but let's see if it maintains. I mean, the volume 52 million have traded, 2 million in the float. Do some quick math. 26 times the float. And it had some news. This was the news this morning on their drug. There it goes, guys. There it goes. Thanks for bringing to my attention also, Bjorn. You saw it here. Was winning a race. Hard to believe it didn't win a race earlier. Didn't win this last race. I'm actually pretty surprised. Okay, guys, muting myself again. Okay, listen, guys. If no more questions, I'll hang around for another minute or so. But if there are no more questions, I will hang. I will get out of here. I'll always stay around if there are questions, so it's not like I have to go. But if I don't see any in the next couple of minutes, I'll just take off. What is my top two going into Power Hour? I really don't have a top two. Hi, Veronica. I don't really have a top two. I mean, I mean, I suppose you can keep looking at the NCNA. I mean, it's had a pretty big pullback, though. There's possible that if it gets back up here, because it's got all sorts of room, it did hit in the pre-market. It did get up to almost 10, so 973. So it's possible this will have another move. But other than that, I really don't have I'm not really looking at anything that might have a power move. Sedge is pretty good, but I mean, I'm looking at Sedge right there, and it looks like it could be some resistance. I'm just looking at some of the large cap gainers, okay? I mean, TVTX still has I guess if I take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, if you look at a monthly chart for this one, I mean, 1544 still has about $1 till that next high. Not saying it's getting there, but it's been very, very strong going into the close so far. These are ones I'd probably be looking at. Oh, okay. I can help you there, Randy. Okay, so you have the latest beta. Okay, yeah, I don't mind answering these questions. Okay, so we have two questions about TradeWave. First thing is okay, you must be on the latest beta, and Randy, you say you are, and you'll know you're on the latest beta if you click on Help and About. Sorry, Help and About, and you should see 5.6.95 if you click on Help and About in the version. So that means you are on the latest beta. Okay. That's number one. This is for everybody, but Bill is asking also in our YouTube room and anybody else who may be listening. So the next step is if you right click on a chart, you have to check Use Browser Interface. Okay. You have to check Use Browser Interface. When you do that, then this FX option should appear. Now, Bill, you may be answering more of a question about what it is it all about. Well, I mean, it's giving you little buy signals and sell signals based on the flags, and it is, I guess you could call it proprietary. So, Randy, when you do that, right click and use browser interface. Does FX show up? Okay, it's one of the options now in the top of your chart. Hopefully, you can see what I'm pointing to. Yes, no? Okay. Yeah, and then you click on FX, and then when you click on FX, I'm just going to follow through all this. Then you click on TradeWave. And you might have to give it a couple of, maybe even 10 seconds before it actually activates. Okay, so don't click on it and think, well, where is it? Now, not every chart is going to have a buy flag or a sell flag. It's all to do with this cloud. And it'll also depend. Okay, it came right away. Good. Also depend on the time frame you're using. I'm on a 3-minute time frame. If I change to a 5-minute time frame, and the time frame you use is completely up to you. Yeah, notice there's no buy on the 5, but there is on the 3. So it's really dependent on the time frame you use. Now it's disappeared. Oh, it's probably going to take a while to come back, perhaps, but There it is. So yeah, it is kind of proprietary. Absolutely. It's based on this. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock to channel bar, okay. If you click on Ripsters, okay, Ripster Rippers, the first thing that's going to happen is you're probably going to video, which is going to launch immediately. So you can listen to this video. Michael Noss did the video, and it's talks about these clouds, okay, and when a stock pierces the cloud, and either one way or the other. So I would listen to this. This probably gives you a pretty good idea. And then what we've been able to do is just add the next step of putting a little buy flag or a short flag. Now, like anything else, it doesn't mean, I mean, obviously, if you'd taken the buy right there, it would have been awesome. Doesn't mean they're all going to do this. And you can see there's the sell flag right there. But there, obviously this is sell and buy. So there was really no, and it's all about, you have to look at these clouds, okay? And it's when a stock pierces one way or the other. Now, these clouds are all to do with EMAs and SMA combinations, whatever the choice you want. I mean, I'm just using the default. I think the default, I want to say the 5 EMA and the 12 SMA or vice versa. Okay. But you can adjust it. I'm just using what the default is, what the creator of Richter is using. Doesn't have to be what you're using, but okay. Let's take a look at JBDI. Will it ever get a buy flag? Let's see. You never know. And the answer is, well, it had a buy flag right there at the beginning of the day. Right there. But I know you're talking about now. Will it ever? But of course, using it in conjunction with go, no go, the ideal situation would be with the color transition and the flag at the same time. That would be the ideal. I'm not as hung up on that, but I mean, that would be ideal. So the buy flag right there, and the alert would have been at 2803. And then all the way up to 39. Guys, just give me another moment. Okay, I'm now back again. So yeah, listen, I'll hang around if there are questions. If you have any more questions. But in all seriousness, yeah, William, I mean this until the price pierces that cloud right there, of course on the 3 or the 5 or the, well, I'm looking at this one until it pierces that cloud, and I think it has to close within the cloud, and you'll not get a buy flag, I think. Yeah, Intel. Yeah, no kidding. Intel was a nice little trade for me early on. New high, yeah, the high of the day now. Hmm. Wonder why our SPY says minus 0.51 when it's up 0.53. Wonder why this is not delayed. It should not be delayed. One of those things I have no explanation for. This is not delayed data, so I don't know why that would be for the SPY. Okay, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think I will wrap this up. Maybe do a little trading on my own. So again, thanks for all the help. Now, before I do go, I'll put the main room link, or I'll put my homepage link into our YouTube room and show you guys how you can get into the main room if you want. It's going to be open until 3:30. Nobody's on the mic and no screen sharing, but still people in the room talking trading. So if you click on my homepage link, and right at the top here, trading room, you can click on trading room. This is for YouTubers, okay? You can click on trading room and that'll get you into the main room. Okay, guys, thanks again for all the help. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And YouTubers, I do have to shut you guys down completely.